Hello? Welcome back. Thanks, man. We have an hour to kill. Oh, my... Okay, I guess OBS doesn't want to work. You're still in Hero Siege? Oh, I know. I'm purposely in Hero Siege. Yeah, you kill an hour with it. Oh, yeah. I gotta farm gold anyways, dude. I need, like, 300 mil for my weapon. It's ridiculous. All the axe? No, never happened. I thought about just sitting in PoE 2 and just waiting, but that seemed a little silly. So I was just like, I'm gonna come farm. Beat Odin yesterday? Hell yeah, dude. This is Relics, Ancient Pacts, Legion. Pretty fun game. Dude, it's super enjoyable. What up, Jingles? I like it a lot. It's like, it scratches a lot of itches that I didn't realize I was missing with like not having like, I don't know, like Black Desert Online in my life or something. So figure we'll play this for a little bit. We'll watch the live stream at 3. We'll spend some time talking about it, see what's going on, and then kind of go from there. I'm really upset that we're not getting patch notes today. So I'm really curious what they're actually going to give us then if we're not getting patch notes, which is like really weird. So I'm hoping for at least like something good. You know, I would like to kind of know what's going on with the Huntress, like whatever skills are coming and stuff like that. I mean, you don't have to give me like gem information today, right? Like I don't care about gem information, but I do care about like what she's going to be able to do. I guess we have POB that we can look at too and like kind of pseudo plan a route. Ooh, a ruby key. Nice. I'm still debating if I'm supposed to like run those or just sell those. They are doing, okay, so they're doing Q&A. Perfect. So then we can like watch that, watch the Q&A, and then kind of figure it out from there. It should be fun. It'd be nice to get back into the swing of things of Path of Exile too. Thanks for the follow, man. So I'm overall pretty excited. Do a little farming here. Yeah, man. But how have you guys been? What's new? How's life? What have I missed? Anything exciting happen this week besides like me fighting off the demons of sickness? Dimensional shard. All right, what do you have for me? Packing? When are you leaving? Are you moving tomorrow? Or are you just spending the weekend packing? Moving on Monday? That's not bad. Did you know those battle fragments that you get from Breach are like almost a mil each? No, that's a lie. They're like 200, 300,000 each or something ridiculous like that. What game is this? This is Hero Siege. Got the Nightmare? Hell yeah, dude. We're just doing a little farming before the Path of Exile are revealed today. It's kind of like killing time. Well, the battlefield boss is what's used. That boss drops a material to farm Uber Damien or Uber Gabriel or whatever the fuck his name is. So you have to like farm him to get the material. Welcome back. Thanks, man. What up, bro? Where's the fucking item that I dropped? It's right there. What is that? We don't care. Good to be back, bro. Lighter toted the POET. You're not even getting patch notes today. What steps? I heard about Hell 1 through 5. When you go through Nightmare as fast as possible, just beeline to the end of Nightmare. And then you get to Hell, and then you clear Hell 1, which unlocks Hell 3, and then you clear Hell 3, which unlocks Hell 5, and then you farm in Hell 5 until you get the gear to get to Inferno. Well, you gotta farm the gear to farm the bosses for Inferno, and then you have to farm the Inferno entry key, which is where I'm at right now. I'm working on my weapon to get into Inferno, which is very expensive. That's currently where I'm at. I don't know. Could probably get there really soon, depending on how lucky I get over the next like day or two, depending on how much I like get to sit down and play. We'll see. There's a possibility I can do it. Where dies your items at self-farm? Where does your... It's a rune word. I'm working on making a rune word, so I need runes. Do not... It drops, to my knowledge, don't start until the reveal. The runes are angelic runes, so they're like... Each rune is like dropping a mirror in terms of like sheer rarity. Enjoy your lurk. But yes, as far as drops go, drops usually don't start until the event starts. So we'll see what happens. Go get some lunch and be back. Sounds good. Staff that you want drops from the Act 4 boss. What staff do you want? Is it a legend? Is it just an unhold? What is it? An Ert rune. I like that everything can drop everywhere. I think that's really good. You need Spell Eater. It's a heroic. Oh god. Is it expensive to buy? You can just farm, maybe. I don't know. Could be fun, especially if there's a place to like pseudo target farm it. What are you playing? I know you're playing White Mage, but like, what does the staff do for you? It doesn't show the angelic drops though, which is unfortunate. Holy Chain Lightning. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like I go into here and I like look up items and then I can't look up runes at all. I can look up prospecting, but like this like doesn't really tell me anything. And then like jewel crafting really like doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Shadow Carver. It's not here. Am I blind? You hovered over it a minute ago? You said it's called Spell Eater. Those aren't stabs? Aren't they in alphabetical order? Oh, this thing. Act 4 dungeon bosses. That's cool. Hey, yo, bro, what up? Ooh, I wonder if there's a place then where, like, my belt can drop. Hold on, that's a good idea. Items. Act 4 for this, for Belt of Skulls. Inferno. Great. Everything's in an Inferno. Flat damage and stuff. He's better. What up, Hato? He's feeling better. He had a rough night again last night, but he's feeling a lot better. So we'll see what happens. He left to go to his mom, so his mom's gonna let me know what's going on and how he's feeling and stuff later. But he hasn't been in school like all week. This game on Steam? Yes, sir. He always goes on mom's on his weekend. Ah, it's been like that for years. What's the prediction for today? I don't know. I'm skeptical with no patch notes. Siege and Hero Siege. I have to stream some Path of Exile at some point, but probably play a lot of this. Do I need to buy the DLC? You can play without it, but the DLC is like $4, I think. Morning, good afternoon. For $5. Still have 2 minutes. What are you talking about? Two minutes. Oh, 2 minutes for this afternoon. Yeah, I'm really skeptical with the lack of patch notes because like it makes planning and everything a little awkward. But I'm gonna go in expecting nothing, which is what I think is good, right? I think if I go in expecting nothing and I get anything, I'm happy. So that's my plan. Oh, that's cool. It's the afternoon for you in 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So yeah, mostly just like kind of killing time now until the reveal, because we have an hour. And I was done with errands. Dean went to his mom's, and like I went food shopping and stuff, and I'm just like, all right, I can do nothing for an hour, or I can like go stream. Levelman's feeling better. He's feeling a lot better. Last night was still a little rough. He had a fever last night, and he was a little sick last night. He didn't sleep very well, but this morning he woke up and he said, Dad, I feel like me. And I was like, that's a good sign. So I'm hoping we're over the hump because he's been on antibiotics now for a couple days and he's, you know, he hasn't gone to school. So, you know, we'll see. His mom will let me know later how he's doing and how the night goes, and we'll go from there. Bro. But yeah, I was gonna go do nothing for like an hour and then turn the stream on right before the reveal, and I was like, that's kind of dumb. Might as well like come hang out now. And then I was gonna like, I don't know, I was gonna cook, but I wasn't hungry. And I'm like, should I eat? And I'm like, I'm not hungry. Like, why am I gonna eat if I'm not hungry? You know, the whole fucking song and dance, right? So we just chill, do a little grinding, hang out, talk to Twitch chat. Ooh, the zone reset. I hope it reset. I don't want to really make a new game, but I guess if I have to make a new game, I'll make a new game. It's like the one thing that like irks me sometimes when I'm playing this game is like, sometimes you just have to like recreate your game. Well, I don't want to recreate my game. So some of the runes are giga rare. Yes, the angelic runes are insanely rare. They're like 100 mil a rune, 150 mil a rune. So I have 80 mil right now. So like, I could buy somebody's already crafted weapon for 200 mil, but like, they're obviously only selling it because it's a shit base and they're trying to recoup losses on it. Or like they got shit rolls and recoup losses on it. And if I was gonna buy somebody's shitter roll, I might as well save the extra. And if I'm gonna get a shitter roll, at least I made my own shitter roll. So we'll see. Wanna try rogues? Wanna try rogues on it? Your damage feels strong. Good luck, man. Just do it right now. I'm buying shit ingenuity here. Talking about ingenuity in this game? Oh, my. Wait, do you mean like in this game in ingenuity or a different game? Or are you referring to like the Path of Exile ingenuity? What's in this zone? Magic find, cast rate, experience. Is it just experience? Why zones suck? Oh, you mean not buying a shit ingenuity? Yeah, I see what you're saying. We buy good weapons, not shit ones like ingenuity. Yeah. Because like buying a shit one and then trying to resell it is not going to do me anything, right? Like I need the weapon to push into Inferno, so like there's no point to buy a shitty one when I can, like if I couldn't do content and I needed the weapon to like push content, like current content I should say, I would do it. But since I don't need the weapon to push current content, like I'm fine. Nothing. Ain't fuck all. I might stay here though and get my level. Level 57? Yes. Got an hour to get back to my side of the water. Pray. Oh no, dude. Good luck, bro. Now let me empty my bags. Our drop's gonna be on as soon as the live stream and stuff happens. They should be. This. I'm rock hard, baby. What's up?
Right dab.
What about? Guys, doing some of my favorite of the Submarino, bro. Hell yeah, dude. How are you, bro? Thank you for the sub. That's a long fucking time, 94 months. Jesus. How does this work now? Oh, he kills things. What up, bro? What up, bro? What up, bro? How are my charms looking? Like ass. Some crit strike, some bullshit. Nothing good. Oh, there's a goblin all the way up there. Hold up. Yeah, my charms are pretty bad. I was gonna go get the Steve charm and stuff, but I haven't gotten there yet. My God, I'm fucking sticking on everything. Where is he? You crippled my health? Oh, you tripled your health. I was like, how did you cripple your health? Yeah, I really want to fix my charms, but like fixing charm, it's either like get the weapon or fix the charms. I can't do both, right? Three charms with 350 plus life each, it's huge. Oh, something. I heard that. Oh, it's a rune. The Drax rune. The fuck is a Drax rune? Can't be frozen. I don't know. I'm wondering the same thing. I know crit chance until 100% is better than crit damage. That much I know. But I don't know how the ED rolls work. Half the time I think I understand something in this fucking game and I realize I have like no idea what's going on. Also, like, fuck me, dude. Look how cool Amazon looks. Watching this makes me want to reroll. 360 crit damage and 86 crit chance. I'm at 62 crit, 427. I think you have better crit charms than I do, and I have more crit damage charms than you do. And you have Steves already, right? Or did you end up selling the Steves? I've definitely noticed a lack of PDR, and I'm pretty sure like getting the Steves would be massive. I kept it. It's probably pretty smart. What a Mendo! Hey, yo, bro. You're running Steves too? Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up too. I might get a torch first before I get Steves to fix resistances. Because I want to get rid of this. Or I want to like change the sockets that's in that. Because I could put the Steve set gives res. He's using it as a set bonus. Because I could put these in there to get 3%. So I can get like 9%. But I don't know if like, it's probably better just to get Grand Charms. Dude, why does it take so long to vote reset sometimes? Fuck me. Dude, I get stuck on everything. Oh. How's Little Man feeling? A lot better. He had a rough night last night, but he's feeling a lot better today. Thank you for the sub! What up, man?
Hogan Traffic is live for the reveal. Yeah.
Yes, we are live for the reveal. Yeah, Dean was feeling better today. He had a rough night though last night, so we kept him home from school today again. But we'll see how tomorrow goes, if we're gonna keep him home again or not. She's gonna let me know tonight how he's doing. Because he was fine during the day yesterday. Like, I thought he was over the hump yesterday, and then like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock rolled around last night, and he was just like, Dad, I'm sick. And I was like, what the hell happened? So I thought we were over it. Spring break next week? I don't know if his spring breaks next week. I think his is like mid-April, I think. I have to double check. But she has him for spring break this year, and I get spring break next year. So. But it's not, I know it's not next week. Your kiddos was this week? Oh, sick. I'm glad Dean's wasn't this week then, because I would have felt terrible if he got spring break while he was sick. And it's tomorrow? I know it's not tomorrow. I know it's in April. So. Oh, it's so close. Edie attack speed, Fizz. It's like really good. Yes, it's pretty rough, man. It's pretty rough. Edie's better than crit chance. But yeah, no, when Dean's sick, I feel so bad, man. My heart breaks for him because he's so cranky. He's so crabby. Everything bothers him. Sounds like my wife. Oh no. I think that's everything. We'll see. At max crit chance. Classic male flu. It's true. It's terrible. He was so worried. We went to the doctor and he looked at the doctor like, please don't tell me I have flu A again. And the doctor was like, you don't have flu A. And he's like, oh, daddy, I'm not sick. And the doctor's like, you have strep throat. Your daughters are cut off. Like, yeah, that's all Dean wanted to do. Dean was like, dad, lay in bed with me. I was like, bro, please don't get me sick. And he's like, dad, you gotta lay in bed with me. I was like, please don't get me sick, I beg. They get sick and they're just, yeah. He was very happy today that he was like feeling better. He like wanted lunch. He took a massive poop. So, oh, there's a goblin, there's a goblin, there's a goblin, there's a goblin. He left? Oh, his power went out. Oh, fuck. That's not good. Free codex, boys! Yeah, I'm just happy Dean's feeling better. Now I'm worried that I'm gonna get strep, and I'm hoping that if I get strep, it's this weekend. Cause like next weekend, if I get strep and like it's like release weekend, I'm just gonna fucking game through the strep throat. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. I failed the mining. Chat, by the way, mining, by the way, is like huge money if you get like the rare mining drops. So I don't know if you guys are like working on your mining at all, or if you're like stopping to mine, but a lot of the mining drops are pretty expensive. PvT it? Yeah, I'm really excited. At first I wasn't gonna stream until the reveal, and then I was just gonna play this off stream. I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna play off stream. We might as well just play fucking on stream. I'm just a little skeptical today because of the lack of patch notes. Need 500 for Ruby. You gotta get the Jade. Jade is where the money starts. Definitely making money off the Jade ones. The titanium ones, or whatever they're called, the powder too, you can make money off that, I think. Or the regular ore. Have faith? I do. I am at 1,861 mining. They usually release patch notes the day of the reveal, but I guess they're not ready today. We'll see. I'm going in expecting nothing or the worst. And if I get anything better than the worst, I'm thrilled. Can idols just stay? They're just too good? No. They would need to be heavily nerfed. I agree they're too good, but they would need to be heavily nerfed. And you haven't even played with good idols yet. You cannot do what I'm doing. You can't do anything of what anybody's... Yes, I know. This is what we've been telling you. Playing with Giga idols is game changing. Yep. Yes, it is. Fucking poor Bale, dude. So many serious kills. Isn't this what you asked what you need 50 divs for? Isn't the 50 divs now to do what you're doing just faster? Like, isn't that the whole point? Why? Serious? Why not? Penance and Paladin series supporter packs? I don't got that kind of money, man. Dude, I don't even... Dude, I barely look at the shop. You gave me the 15 to get the ring, and that was already like... I already felt dirty. Not because I don't want to support the game, but because we broke. Oh, some smelly cheese. Where have I been? The Discord announcements have told you where I've been. Have you read them? If not, this is a great excuse to join the Discord to keep up to date with real life situations that are going on and when and where the streams will be. My son's been sick, so I've been doing dad stuff. For both my shrine chests, one for farming gold. You don't need one for farming gold. Gold will come, just kill mobs. What's the news? We'll find out in half an hour. Hope he's okay. Yeah, he had strep throat, and he's like, I think he's over the hump. He's feeling a lot better. And he left to go to his mom's house a little bit, so she's gonna let me know how he's doing tonight. But he's missed school all week, so we're hoping he's okay for school tomorrow, but I have a feeling his mom's just gonna keep him home because fuck it Friday, but you know, we'll see. Get ready for meeting with a boss, have fun. What are the scarabs you need to use? I have no idea off the top of my head. You'd have to open the video and look, or I'd have to go on PoE and look. I gave everything away. Well, Mendo has everything, so I have no idea. You'd have to ask Mendo if he's here. Mendo took that. Another buddy took Abyss. Fucking Necrum's got my beast. Hello guys, I have a question. I'm playing on PC and I have an extra key. Can I use it to play on PS5 or do I need to purchase a game first on PlayStation 4? Ooh, that's a really good question, Kimmy. I don't know. Chat, has anybody gotten are the keys universal? Does anybody know? Can Kimmy use her key to play on PS5? I'm assuming PlayStation needs its own key through the PlayStation Store. is my guess. You're trying out Last Epoch. How do you like it? The whole, what? The little player base even do the shrine strat? Bail. Bail. There's an entire ascendancy of players who are doing the shrine strategy because their ascendancy needs shrine idols. Bail, what are you talking about? Whatever. Route 2's entire build of the league was based around having map effect and shrine effect and multiple shrines, and it's what Will played. Like, you're just late. Like, everybody has their shit already. Everybody did it already. Like, you're just late. Everybody used the shrine stuff to like get to the bigger stuff. Conqueror maps are still expensive. Vale, what is expensive? How much are Conqueror maps? What is PoE 2? 30 minutes. That means I can start with everybody. Oh, okay. So the start, like the reset, like if you're talking about the reset, the reset is a week from tomorrow. Today's the reveal about everything that's going on. So we find out today, like what's coming, what's changing, stuff like that. Anytime, Kimmy, if you have any more questions, please let us know. We're back on that PoE grind today, baby. So we're gonna find out today everything that's coming next week, 16C. Still no new classes. Huntress. We were getting Huntress. The big reveal today is Huntress. That's the only one that we know about right now. We don't know what else is in the reveal. Miss Ma'am, please. I will fight you, I swear. 30 minutes. We find out everything in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Woo! I don't know if that's worth it. 1.8 mil. You want an assassin class? The Huntress. $150,000. Okay, not worth it. He needs 3%, 5%, 12% with multiple shrines and shrine effect. Or shrine duration, and smalls with shrine duration. Keep playing the game. I guarantee you this is what's going to happen, Hotto. Everybody's going to see what's going on with PoE 2. And because Path of Exile does a huge reveal stream, everybody's just going to like be hyped as fuck to play PoE 2. So Bale's just going to play PoE 2. Because the literal Bale's running joke is they have spears and the spear class is coming out. Oh, Philosopher's Stone. What is that? A heroic amulet. They still have to wait a week. I mean, it's like a week to like just do nothing. It's a couple mil. Did your internet come back? Can you like come back into this? I'm back? Are you coming back in? But you can't rejoin. Why can't you rejoin? Oh, this is giga rolled. Oh, Jesus. All right, so don't suck is what you're telling me. 4. 233.33. Gross. It's just mid-rolled. It's the res that's big. Check the resistances. So you play Grand Blue, you'll want to die? There, that one. Excuse me. Well, we'll see if it sells. Trying to get the weapon to drop it. You need for that weapon to uncap it all the way. Wait, V. I've been farming the same mob off stream in BDO for 4 years and still haven't gotten my drop. And I kill a couple of mobs every day. It's been 4 years. There was one day, or try multiple. Yeah. I'm aware. I'm aware of how these games work. But like, that's why I play these games. This is literally why I play these games. I like turning my brain off and spinning in circles and farming loot. These are my favorite kind of games and favorite kinds of things to do, except people hate it. A Grand Blue streamer? Is this? I don't even know what that game is. The problem with games like that is people hate watching them. That's like the big issue. They just never do well, like, stream-wise. Because if they did well stream-wise, I would just still be playing Black Desert Online. I think that's why I enjoyed this game so much, because I can just, like, turn my brain off and go. It's a mobile game. I'm already out. We're getting Huntress next week. Today's just the reveal about what's coming. The minute you said mobile game, I was out. Mobile games are all giga pay to win. It's like impossible. You don't have a phone? No. It's supposed to be mobile. So they make Grand Blue Fantasy the reeling. Grand Blue was also a fighting game too, wasn't it, at one point? I remember playing the fighting game forever ago. Apparently one Ascendancy was already leaked. What was leaked? Lich? I would believe that. Is it a fucking minion ascendancy? By some miracle? For the minion lads? Does that codex feel good? It feels pretty interesting. I like it. You got the Soul Forge ring? What the hell's the Soul Forge ring? It's a Seething Souls quest. Oh, I didn't do it yet. I've been lazy. PoE put some stuff on their website before I went down. We don't use it. I was originally going to use it. They did? We just missed it? I mean, I'm fine with waiting for the reveal. It's good to know that there's more than 2 ascendancies coming. So my original prediction was Huntress and an ascendancy for every major class. You're up to 6 Bifrost. Are we doing that tonight? I have 4 right now. You can use oil farmer for the experience. That's actually pretty smart. I sold 4 Bifrost. Did you know that you can go on the Discord and buy scrolls of Ra for 400k each and an angelic key, and then combine them to make the key for the fight for Ra, and then sell the fight on the auction house and make 10 million? You never learned your lesson? Every guy I DM today to try to buy scrolls, they auto sold already. So there's more than just me doing it. Remember what chat did to those scarabs? Dude, look at all the fucking runes I have. I have 4 Jaws, 2 Bears, a Sir, 2 Zos, a Chi, a Drax. You have an Orb of Doom too? It's like 6 mil. I didn't even notice. I don't even know what it looks like. You need the farm? Uh-oh. I hope running Bifrost keys doesn't suck. Because I'm like genuinely really excited to do them. Also, your class, after finally seeing like you run a map, makes me want to play it. Can I run them too? Of course you can run them too. It was an open invite in the Discord to everybody that was hanging out the other day. So yeah, you're more than welcome. You just gotta, I'm assuming you have keys to bring with you, right? So we're gonna do like a key rota. Once humans, so good. Nice. It's awesome. I've had 102 fears. I took the night off. Oh no. That was like Dean, dude. Dean was so sick. Yo, what up, bro? How are you, Mr. Triggered? How was your stream? Keep like watching the clock. I'm like, I gotta swap off this soon. Sadi, what up, bro? What are you up to today? Some hero sieging? How you doing, homie? We're chilling, dude. We're fucking geared out of our mind right now. We've come a long way since the other day. You got into Inferno last night? What the fuck? I died? My fizz is so... I need to get that Steve's charm. My fizz is so bad. Yeah, I fully swapped my whole setup. I have like all new gear now. Finish my relics. It's looking way better. Yes. I'm impressed. I just needed to like do research. And I like joined the Discord and asked a million questions, and the guys were like, "You're asking all kinds of insane shit." And I was just like, "Give me what I seek." Like I've like changed some of my charms too, so I have like crit damage there, crit strike there. I've got this for resistances for temporary, little magic find, which I'm probably gonna get rid of. I'm up to 64% crit, which I'll fix soon. I don't think my gloves have crit chance on them. I'm up to a par from my boss. 18 more minutes. Nice. Good shit. Yeah, I'm fucking cruising, man. We're sitting on 80 mil. So like we're saving for Feral right now. See your name pop up drops here and there. What's up, man? Just gotta keep killing mobs, bro. Just never stop killing mobs, bro. I'm very much so enjoying this game. The fuck did you sell to get 80 million? Everything I've been finding. I've been liquidating. So slow. Let me do my honors and move on. Oh no. I haven't sold any of this shit yet. I'm sure I've got like fucking rare gear worth a mint. No, learn from it. Pull up the reveal on mine as well. Sounds good, man. When Inferno, as soon as I get Feral. So I'm like 200 mil short of Feral. But I've got like another 40 mil and shit to liquidate. I just have to like do it. I haven't been able to play much because my son's been sick. So we'll do the live stream reveal today. I'll stream some PoE 2 or talk about PoE 2 for a while. And then, I have to get that Steve charm. My fizz is so bad. Somebody need to make an Awaken Siege? Yes. I just need more all attributes, like really bad. We'll see. No burst character for fire? Uh-oh. Does Grand Blue look like Raid Shadow Legends where you just have like the characters in a line and they just auto attack for you? There's no patch notes today. They said there's no patch notes. Something happened and they're not ready. They'll be ready next week. So I'm assuming we'll get the patch notes in the stream with Ghazi and Darth. Damn, dude! I haven't heard somebody do that in years, bro! Y'all motherfucker, this PC game, we ain't Xboxing in this bitch. Dang, dude. My boy went back to 1999. In a way, yes, but it's not trash. Yeah, those kind of games don't excite me. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. It's much more complicated. All right, I'll make you a deal. I will look at it tonight or tomorrow if you stream it on Discord. Because you said it's a browser based, so you should be able to stream it, right? I'll let you explain it to me. I can't say that I'll play it, but I'll happily take a look at it. Just give me a fucking angel item, sir, madam. Hellrune. We're live. The PoE channel's live. So we got 15 minutes, so we'll shut this off in like 8 minutes. No? Yes. Question mark? Orb of Angel. Hope I'm ready for my brain to melt then. Oh, it's been melting for days now. Make it melt, baby. I keep looking at the clock, dude. I'm so ready for this reveal, dude. All axe partners, ascendancy, axes, swords, and lances. What? Is that the league or is that your prediction? That's your copium. My guess is Huntress and 1 ascendancy for each class. That's my guess. They're adding crafting. Oh, did you guys see my new gear? Look, I've completely reworked my character. We're fucking gaming now. We're strong as shit now. What's that weapon called? Candy Shredder. They post about it and they talk about it in the Samurai Discord. Bro, it's fucking crack, dude. Because I played with the glow stick and I didn't really like it. And my buddy played with the glow stick and he was just like, yeah, it's okay. So I went to the Samurai Discord and I looked into what they were doing. And they were doing Defender's Justice, Candy Shredder, and Fortress. I went Executioner's Cocoon. They went Vagabond Straps, Giant's Band, Elven Grace, or 2 Elven Graces. Crush Fleet, and then like Razor Knuckles, but my buddy gave me a pair of Mythic Gloves that were pretty good, so I'm using those. And they're using like Steve's Charm and a torch and some other like nifty shit. I pretty much had to totally retool the entire character, and I went from like 30 mil DPS on dummies to like 700 million on dummies. My single target's like 600 million. It's crazy. And now I'm saving for an angelic weapon. Nobody plays it. You can be the pioneer, man. There's like no good information for this game like anywhere. Like the wiki sucks. What did I drop? What did I loot? I don't fucking see anything. Yeah, there's like just like no good information anywhere. I got a bear rune? Where the fuck was the bear rune? You might not be able to kill the boss with that damage is what I was reading. Or like, if you're good at dodging, you could do the boss and it's just like a 10-minute fight. I almost like didn't sell my Amon-Ra scrolls the other day. I literally almost zoned into the fight. I was really close to just YOLO zoning into the fight. But I feel like I should like look a video of it and not just go in blindly. There are phases. Am I though? Doesn't matter. You're enjoying me. That's all that matters. 100% would fail. My biggest fear is going into the fight and insta dying. Because I tried the fight for Breach, the Breach boss, and I went in, I didn't know what the fuck was going on, and he earthquaked, then I died. And I was like, well, that's fucking cute. You'll sit here for hours trying to get drops? Girl, I've been sitting here for days trying to get drops. What do you mean? How do you go about fixing defenses in this game? Same way you do it in Path of Exile. Get better gear. It's literally just get better gear. Farm for other gear. Go to weaker zones until you can go to higher zones. Get more resistances. What did I just get? Oh, a Sarun! Whoa! That's 3 high runes doing this shit with these fucking little loot goblin fuckers. Streamer client? Maybe. Sorry, I gotta shut it off in a minute now, so we're gonna lose the streamer client. What's crazy is I'm pretty sure the codex that he put in should have ended already. And the fact that it's still going is wild to me. And like, he disconnected and he couldn't reconnect, and I'm still in the game that he created. Is this 3 minutes left? Ah, the top left. Ah, beautiful. Perfect. They're starting early? Who's starting early? I've done one codex. This is the first one I've ever done. Did you get all your relics? I think we're at the stage, Jingle, where all we're supposed to be doing is like codexes. And I think what we should be finding is like the best way to min-max our codexes without buying the 10 million one that we should run in groups. Unless we like just constantly play in a group. But I definitely think like 4-socket codexes is like the only thing that we should be doing all weekend. 6 minutes? I know, I have it on my other monitor. Don't worry, we have 1 minute left in this and then we're going to that. Cool wrap, get this zesty buffalo sauce, put another wrap. Oh my god. Can we get prediction whether traps are coming? Ooh. Traps are different though in PvP, right? They're equipable items now. In reality, we should do expensive codex all weekend. But is it worth doing if it's only you and me? I don't know if Jingles can be around all weekend, and Spider's going, he's moving, he's not around. We find randoms. You were struggling with Butcher and then you made it that guy you haven't done once. Nice. You're in Hell 5 now, boss. Let's fucking go, Bob! Proud of you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Let's just get people to do it then. You're up for Codex runs? There's no dilly-dallying though, Bob. It's in and out. Like, runs are like, you go in, you kill, and you leave. I think you only loot like heroics and runes. Like, there would be too many, from my understanding, there's too many satanics. You made it? You get to watch it real on the big screen? You need a good filter? I'll give Bob the filter. He'll be fine. We give him the filter. But you like the dilly-dally? I know, that's why I said, Bob, if we're gonna do this, there's no dilly. Because it's like 8 million gold a run or something like that, right? It's like really expensive per player to open the codex. It's like not cheap, that's the problem. There's 240,000 people watching Path of Exile right now. I'm so excited. $35% off gift sub bundles is live. Don't forget, from Thursday, March 27th, 1 p.m. until the 31st, your community can save 35% on 5 or more gifted subs, and it's happening right now. Thanks, Twitch. Hashtag sponsored ad. Any last minute prediction? We're getting spears. One of each Ascendancy and Huntress. Anything more than that, my mind would be blown. I'm rock hard, baby. I'm gonna shut off alerts for this though. Thank you for the sub so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my God! The fucking sellout work. Thank you for the 10 gift-arinos between the two of you. Y'all crazy, bro. Dang, dude. Cheers to you, boys. Pause your anime for this moment. You have to watch for 2 hours. Do we have drops enabled? You do. You should have drops enabled. Refresh, drops should work. Yes, sir. If you refresh, drops should work. You're from the future? Well, a bunch of shit was leaked already. Right? Because they fucked up and they put it on their website early. But yeah, drops should be enabled. You probably can't see it because of the hype train shit, but actually drops might start in 3 seconds, so they should start now.
Hi,
good luck.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2.
Oh my
Welcome
God,
to
dude,
GGG
what
Live.
the fuck? Get off my screen.
It's been a little over 3 months since we launched early access, so it's about
Let me know
time
it's too
for
low.
our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on
Too
April
low.
4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's
You're too
Guillotine
loud.
finisher effect. Now, in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update.
Yep, new class.
We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes.
Ah, I was right!
And huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the endgame improvements.
New endgame
including changes
content.
to systems,
New
a
endgame
bunch of new
improvements. All right,
encounters, and
I'm
lots
rock
of other
hard. Let's
content.
go.
We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now, we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2.
All right, I'm watching. I'm watching.
We as Mary are guided by the
I told
spirit.
you no, Axe.
It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me,
Refresh.
one day, all that were changed. The spirit, it showed me something.
It's starting right now.
Forbidden. And to defend all our love.
Oh, yeah! Look at this Lightning Fury! I knew it! I was right! Yeah, we're logging in Lightning Fury, boys! Log in Lightning
Lost
Fury!
everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must.
One of the class, they said new class, they didn't say
No
multiple classes.
matter the cost. I will
No new
hear
app.
the spirit once more.
Log it in, that's it, right there. Yep. It's literally Diablo 2. It's literally Diablo 2's Amazon. It's literally Diablo 2. Oh, we get the mounts now. The mount works. $25 new skills. Oh my God, Wildwood Wisp! Rogue Exiles!
I shall bathe in your blood.
100 new support gems! 100 new uniques! New ascendancies! New endgame! I told you every class is getting ascendancy. 326 is fucked. I can't sit here and listen to try to yell everything on the screen. Sucks. That was Calandra. Yeah, that was Calandra. Yeah. Yeah, Calandra's back. I did see that. Yeah.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmari warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode.
I'm
The
so
more
logging
Whirling
in
Slash is
Huntress.
used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry.
Oh!
While holding
Last
down
Steve
Parry,
Pox
the
in the
character will
house,
counterattack
chat!
any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a
insane.
frenzy charge. Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage.
John,
and the
nobody's
Whirling
doing
Slash.
that.
The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks.
That! We're playing that! That!
You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground.
Nope.
These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do,
Nope.
they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
Oh my god, that's insane.
And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion.
What's up, C?
Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion.
That's insane.
If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The
This
final hit of this
literally
multi-hit combo
stole
will
this
stick a spear
entire
into your enemy
Amazon from
for a big
D2.
bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion.
Shut up.
You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep
Shut
the mods
up.
that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability
What?
to tame them. Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky. But we still haven't talked about Ascendancy classes yet.
That's
What can the
fucking
Huntress ascend
wild,
into?
dude.
Well, the first Ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped.
What?
Now, this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Ingenuity's
Specialize
gotta be
further
nerfed into the
Ritualistic
ground.
Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself.
Ingenuity
instead
has
of
to
a
be
corpse.
dead.
Cut your own hand.
Right? There's no
sacrificing
way
some of your own
Ingenuity
blood
thrives.
to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and Asmeri Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
That's cool.
So those are the two new Ascendancies for the Huntress. But those are not the only Ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new Ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon, though. Their armor can be enhanced.
It's literally ripped off from my Steve.
Now, you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal.
What
and you're
is
right.
that?
There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense.
It's
Now,
cute.
let's
but
move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This
What does that
training
mean?
comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the Whoever Pays Best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell
What?
and
That's
carpet
cool.
an entire
That's
area
cool.
with arrows. Finally, Witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power.
Oh,
There's
that's
just
cool.
one downside to splitting your soul this way, though.
That's
If
cool.
you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
She's a cultist.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made
Nice.
available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the
Ooh.
spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your
That's
army
cool.
of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you
20
best.
minutes. 20 minutes, Jonathan.
Now
Relax.
let's move on to our next skill.
20 minutes.
Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death.
There's new
On the topic of
there
new
was
ways to
flash.
enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive vile crystals.
That's cool.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as enormity,
20%
unsteady
size
tempo,
damage.
profanity, retaliate,
That was cool.
syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more. Now, we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core
It
of
was
the
a
true
forge
action
guard.
RPG,
I literally
the
messaged
items.
Muffin and was like,
To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and endgame tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the
That's-
same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you.
nobody cares.
Now, we could go
Ingenuity.
through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover.
Now, tell me
Suffice to
another
say,
one,
though,
bitch.
we want there to be way
With
more
love.
cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignite.
Don't ignite
We're
suck
also
currently?
introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited.
So ignites have to be
In
buffed.
sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content
Everything
that we're
looks the
adding.
same so far.
But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have 1 tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmaran wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame.
Was there a
The
rune tab?
Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us
Did
for
you
the
see a
coming
rune
darkness.
tab? I didn't see it.
You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, and his Mary Hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters.
It's literally
Any
Wildwood.
monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it,
Look,
making them
it's
more
bear
powerful.
touch. It's literally
Each spirit
Wildwood.
is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For
You
each
just
monster
skip it and
that was
do it later.
infused
What do
and
you
killed
mean?
along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat
there is no loot.
a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
No, fuck. We have to do that
Asmarian
now.
wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items.
No corrupted blood.
Each one may only be used on a specific item slot.
No corrupted
As
blood,
mentioned,
gain rage.
the Asmarian wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame atlas tree as well,
It's
and by
huge.
tablets.
It's huge.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in endgame, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts,
What up,
Game
Mark?
Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes.
I'm sitting up.
The first
sitting
thing
up.
is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps.
That's a fucking wild
all with their
one.
own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult.
Ultimatum?
If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map.
Lightning exposure.
The Fractured
Fuck.
Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating
Come
the
on,
ground you
respect,
walk on.
boys!
In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it.
Ah!
The item contained within is a
fucking
new
heist
base type,
amulets!
either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss.
That's cool.
How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss?
That's cool.
Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat
Bosses have
mechanics.
6 portals.
For example, the essence of insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Vaal orb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments. It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps.
Nice.
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monsters.
Oh, look, 3 dragons!
They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like
6
Cowl's
portals?
Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding.
Huntress looks
This
amazing.
Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient Vaal technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
Is that a gamble box?
Let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters.
Beyond.
Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you'll have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree. The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete the Corrupted Nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps.
What is that?
Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies.
What? What?
These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Fuck.
Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful.
That's huge.
To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonuses double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the Waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do.
I like that.
On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire.
I feel like we've seen this before.
Hopefully neither. The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities, but be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining Waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain Waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain
Healer people suck, yeah.
By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off.
That's insane.
When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
No! No! It's gonna reduce it!
As you add more modifiers to a
he's
Waystone,
reducing
the
it!
number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every Waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I like that.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example,
That's
Hand
cool.
of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find.
That's
This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well.
Fuck. They just made
We
everything.
spoke
Everything
about
just got
towers and
harder to
tablets
get.
earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
That's cool.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now through this livestream we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new
Classic
crafting bench will be
recomp
unlocked as you
failed!
complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on
Recoms
the
have
item
been
you
in
are
PoE for
combining,
years.
the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to
That's
joining you playing in this
crazy.
new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of
That's
Exile 2 Dawn of the
wild.
Hunt, you are able
Log
to
in
at
like,
any
fuck
time
no,
purchase
fresh
an early
economy,
access
bro.
supporter pack at
Fuck, that ain't starting over. Fresh
www.pathofexile2.com.
economy. Let's go.
Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of
Fresh
Exile 2
economy every time.
and contain 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so
have
much for
leveling
your
gear?
ongoing support.
One divine is
We're just about to start the
500
Q&A
exalts.
with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community
Oh,
team will be
600.
posting crucial
Sorry.
information
There's
you'll need for the release.
600.
Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box
Yeah,
and
I mean, my
many new
characters are perfect
microtransactions,
too, but-
including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Oh, because last epoch. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to the Q&A portion of today.
We can't fucking hear him.
After a very exciting reveal with lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly.
Yeah, everybody's just gonna play it and go last
but
epoch.
on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile too. And you had an update about the recombination.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy.
You'd be with Bubbles, not even logging in. I mean, if it's not for you, it's
made
not for
quite a
you.
big change to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously. Which is basically
I can't. He's maxed. He's maxed. It's literally maxed.
A bit more control to the player over how recombination works, and we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinations is something that like kind of matters a lot for really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item, and then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you picked. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has
IRL, that's a good one.
Very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like
it's a really good game. You would like it.
4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0.2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for 0.2, it'll be
as
soon as it can afterwards. But
it's a new league,
spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions. But
Mm-hmm.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
it might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to.
What did he
have
say that recombinators do?
And that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both items are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing. Like for them both, for them both. For if you pick 2, and then but we'll
it kind of depends. Again,
it kind of depends. We'll see how
higher tier mods are rare. And
exactly. So it sort of
it also the other thing is
it's Black Desert Online.
A fixed cost, so it's not gonna
And the idea is
and
the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean you've still got that whole mechanic, and like so it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not yet. It definitely needs some love in the future.
They need to turn their mics up, man.
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients.
They really need to turn this shit up.
Or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another. Yeah.
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. Right. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's
At his eyeball.
come from before, you're just not gonna like, because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed, there's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like, it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like, we were really sort of, it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather like what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that, so I mean, like, a league means something in Path of Exile. You know, like, in order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmaran wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and, you know, stuff with that. So like, we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit, like, we kind of were deciding, like, okay, should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one, we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next, league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, different, you know, like, and so yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. I think, you know, you'll have a much better time because, you know, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree, it's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, you know, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. You know, like there's things like that are going to happen that mean that, and you know, also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw our initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long
Huntress
a class
looks
will
awesome.
take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, you know, it's like, while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is
I can't wait. I'm playing Lightning Spear
character class. Like, how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You know, you can throw them. And so because of that, you know, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And, you know, action RPG players, they, you know, that generally speaking, you know, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of
Temporalis and spears
is, you know, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively
Ingenuity
is
in 3 rings. What do you mean?
Combo chains where, you know, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee, and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving.
Oh,
like,
you're all
backwards and
bits
forwards
in the
and kind
hype
of moving
trains
around.
and the subs. Oh my fucking god, dude! What is happening? Wow!
It feels the most agile of all.
Bro, there's been a bunch of primes.
So
there's been a bunch of subs.
That's been a really good
there
one.
was 5,000 bits.
You know, I mean, look,
Holy dude!
Changes, I mean, look, there are just changes.
I was so focused on the reveal.
God, like, led in development.
Dang,
like, there's quite a lot of things going on that just meant that, you know, the field kept on evolving.
Yo,
and,
crazy!
Another big one, of course, was Parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, like,
Bro, sleeping?
Like,
well,
Mark
I turned the alerts off for the reveal.
Like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work.
All right, all the alerts are back on. My bad.
Okay, I think.
My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
Exactly. And it works.
That's
completely
my
differently
fault.
for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that, you know, you have to time the.
More subs.
Like to push
The
the
alerts
block button
are
exactly
on.
the right time.
They should
That's
play.
just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system because
I hope.
you know, you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read.
They're on.
Combat in that
Why is
way
it
in
not
our
playing?
game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to, you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of
They're not
what the parry does
working!
to the monster, by following up with something that's going to give you like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game.
Why are they
You've kind of
broken?
got two primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy
Okay,
charge
on
one,
screen.
which dashes
Thank
back,
you.
which means that, you know, you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got
They're
the one that, there's
literally
another one
not
which I don't believe you
working.
showed there, which you know, called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack.
Do my best
So it's
work at
another way
low
to kind
tide.
of- so in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that mechanic. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll also make note of there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too, so it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah,
You
in
can-
that case. Yeah, I mean, there's other
Oh, there they go.
Yep, and then,
They're
and then, of
working.
course there's always Sniper's Mark, you know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that.
Thank you for all the subs in
It
the
feels
bits.
really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time
Because
it
the whole
as best
update
you
is
can
huge.
personally. By
The whole update was
how have you done
massive.
that? How have you made it so that like, you actually still want to kind of
I am rock
play it
hard, baby.
skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? So you still
Exactly.
want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, you know, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the like the token on the
chunky.
monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So you know, it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last
yeah,
night.
Yeah, 8
at
p.m. last
Jonathan's.
night, exactly.
Yeah,
I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And so, you know, I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, you know, the shields better as well and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting.
No druid,
So,
no
yeah,
sword.
that's
That's
the
fine.
plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 0.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
And then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when. Like,
Huntress is going to turn into Chuck Lightning Spear and kill the whole screen.
Here is reusing
They're
skills
they're
in
never
multiple
going to do
ways.
combos.
So you
Eventually,
don't
you're just
need-
going to
so you can
throw a
make
Lightning
deeper
Spear and
combo
clear the whole
chains without
screen.
requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you know, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about, you know, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects.
Roa does
you're
look like
able to
ass.
combo with anything that creates.
The only
ground.
upside to the
Not all
Roa
things you
is
can
it
do
allows you to fire
I
without
added
movement
shocked ground
penalty.
to the backflip skill, or
Right.
I got a companion pet that
Nice.
had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like that was just
Yeah.
there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. Yeah. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
I mean, yeah, the showcase of
it
the
always feels like
Roa
you're
is
getting a
pretty
little bit of
meh.
something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos?
Corrupted
and
Heart?
of
What do you
somewhat
mean?
requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that
You use it in turns into a
is
boss. Oh yeah.
just bonk.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually
There's
that's
a lot
one of
of
those
that.
things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by endgame in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, you know, like recently about, you know, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the mercenary, we found that doing, you know, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing.
Still gonna be
that
just
causes armor
gemling,
break,
right? Like play
followed with
Huntress
high
until
velocity rounds is
gemling,
just
log in
worse than
gemling.
just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to
Yep.
make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. So yeah, we're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, you know, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? You know, I mean, we always want.
I guess
think
the
it is
players,
right,
the
right.
players
Appreciate you
have
guys.
to do a combo.
I mean,
like, for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to,
you never have to, right? But it
Yeah.
sort of what it means is that you know, you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos,
Yes.
right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should
That's
feel
it.
like a fun, like, oh, I can add this, you know, like it's the
I was on
feeling you
it.
should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff. For
Certainly playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be
Yes.
like, we need to up that
Yeah, yeah.
the level there, and we missed the
Yeah,
mark a little bit now because this is better. And
Right.
who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
Sure.
you know,
But that's the way it is with class design.
that's
It's
what he
just
says when
always-
we like
Yeah.
literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's
Right,
not
right.
understating the
Yeah,
level
yeah,
of
yeah.
questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with
I mean,
combos
we
and
haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet
Yeah.
already.
Maybe
they
and we need
follow-
to add more pieces
Because
for
I
a lot.
think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then hunted in the monk currently. Just
Yep,
you know,
range are the same.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something
I
for
confirm?
the
I have
summoners
no
out there
idea.
this time, and
I
so
assume
we're just
so.
going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
and it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you
I
go.
have no
too, so
idea,
imagine the
though.
last
I don't
class you're
buy
gonna
the
release
supporter
is gonna be,
packs.
like amazing. You look back at
I'm
the
broke.
first ones and be like, ooh.
possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever. That
But
just
look,
means-
that just means
yeah.
we've got another round of going through
It's
everything
gonna-
and improving
No,
stuff
you
again,
mean,
right?
I
So-
just
that
thought
will
you
never
mean yeah, I don't. I
That's it. So
all my
with the
currents,
Parry,
all my real life money goes
game
into like
kind of
stuff for my
looking at
son, so I never
the
buy
player
supporter
getting
packs or
stunned,
anything because
in
I'm broke.
particular, player heavy
Bunch of monk
stuns,
builds, thanks,
so
man.
It's always hard to tell.
We're gonna be a
players, like,
Huntress main
"Hey,
now."
We're gonna do something to you, and it's gonna be a bad thing. You're not gonna like this.
Well, the funny thing,
Let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of Parry to be you know, like that, yeah, you get stunned out of
Yeah,
it.
so
But then
I
we were
don't
looking at
pay
how
too much
long-
attention to
like,
the
we're like,
supporter
okay,
pack stuff. I'm sorry.
right
From
now,
my
and it's
understanding,
the
though,
shield block as well, by the way, it's like if you get
all
stunned out of
MDXs
that, the amount of time that you
eventually
get stunned out for is actually not even
will
enough time
work.
for most bosses to do
And
a
I
follow-up
assume
attack on
current
it. So
ones
where's the
will
downside
work.
if it doesn't even have enough time? So
That's
we
my
do have to
assumption.
extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But in just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest.
Did he
So
just
there's
say the
stuff like that
campaign's
we have to do
harder?
to kind of make sure that you know, that because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's
Campaign's
like, you know,
harder?
things like charms were like not very useful because you know those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that you know that you
Great.
then you know there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those
Great.
downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that you know we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. For sure. But
And
yes,
it's always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
So
Right.
expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can
So
happen.
that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But
Yeah.
can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Not- at least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different like. Should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, there's all kinds of
More
multi-hour
stun locking?
discussions we've had. And
I hope
we
that
haven't
the
really come to
character
anything
page
conclusive
shows
there,
us the
but,
ailment threshold that
it's
we
only
need.
from mount
Like the
ratio and
percentages.
Parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up.
Can we say thanks
so
to the
we're
sub?
noting Things
Oh,
like
yeah, dude.
evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because
have to.
the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
So the
before
evasion
anyone
still
misunderstands
works.
that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So
okay, I didn't
high
know that.
evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff
No-
on the tree.
no
including
patch
damage
notes
affecting
today.
The debuff,
They're not ready.
The duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like I can parry forever and like, there's no real consequence. So.
And
Although
Harry's
still
going to be
can parried, of
busted, I think.
course,
Yeah, it otherwise follows the slam rules.
yeah.
If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some
Yes,
things.
I mean there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear,
Does this
and
mean auto bombers
there's no
then? Why
way
would
with
auto
hundreds
bombing
of
be dead? You
monsters
know,
and
you've literally no patch notes. You have
dozens
no
of
idea.
bosses that we weren't going to miss some things. So
Chat, we're back. We're back.
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this? Like all of
We
this
have no
different
idea
stuff
what's
together?
gonna
Are
happen.
supposed
You
to
can't
only
assume
kind
anything.
of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that
What's the TLDR?
we'll
New
probably be
class, new
focusing
ascendancies,
around, like, a few
recombinators,
specific things rather than
new
necessarily using
essences,
the whole tree.
uh,
So like there's that. The
new
other thing as well is just
maps.
making sure that in the passive tree there's some
There's
options
so
that
much.
go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash, there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something?
Yeah, I'm
that's
assuming a lot of what we
interesting
played
and
is
buffs
dead.
everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter.
I'm assuming
for,
like a lot of our
one
current
thing, part of
characters
the
just
combo.
won't
So
work.
it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally,
I'm assuming
we can
things like
achieve that, but
Huntress
yeah,
looks like
that
it'd
is
be
pretty
really
hard.
good with hand of wisdom and action.
Generally,
I'm
you're
assuming
gonna
those are going to be
become
dead.
more niche or more selective because again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result.
You
in something
probably wouldn't do
suboptimal.
both
Yeah.
elemental and bleed. You'd probably
Yeah.
choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that
They
you've
did
got
say
sort of
the tree
linkages
is changing,
between them,
which I was
right?
gonna
It's
look at the
for
tree
example,
now
the,
and-
the thunderous leap detonates the spears.
There's,
that
like,
you
no
do
point
from the
now,
bleed thing.
right?
So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to
Yeah,
to
it has
link all
to
that
change
stuff in a
because
bit
this
so
is
that
the
you can
only
use
thing for
the
spears.
non directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, or it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator.
Yeah, and they're just
But,
straight
and
damage.
even
That's
more,
it.
you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
even-
there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. So I mean, like,
What'd they say about
what will be
1,000 mobs?
interesting
Yeah,
is
they
whether or
said
not we
kill
miss
them and
something
get
across
good.
class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean,
but,
so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely.
nothing in the Ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great.
Oh, Huntress
pains
can
to
also
make
wear
sure that
3
the Ascendancies
rings.
Never mentions weapon types that there's like that they're always generalized. So, for example, the like infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles, it doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a a bow user, and that's all fine. So yeah, like it's effectively like
Open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark like does like. It makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an Ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way, for sure.
Oh, it'd be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there. But
The panic sell your items? Why?
Only
You could
really-
play in
I mean,
Legacy
it was
League.
similar
Everything's
to
coming to
their
Legacy
original
League.
Parry 1 Saboteur.
Where's the
and
Guild
Build Up
Slash?
Traps and
Act
Mines,
2.
So you have your trap and mine character.
Everything's coming in the
all that.
Legacy League,
could do
or you
something
could choose
else,
to
but
start
no
on
one
a
else
fresh
is playing that
economy.
thing, you know, it isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like?
I wouldn't
the
sell
players
anything
will
because if they
I mean, I
nerf
think it
if
is
they nerf
relatively
ingenuity,
impossible to come up with everything,
you'd
but
rather have the
certainly we to
pre-nerfed
consider,
one.
Like, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about like how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff, and even then it's like we often make mistakes and have issues. So I mean,
When he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually, yes.
But I mean,
That's
just
relative.
but even
You
just,
can update
even
it.
just looking at the balance,
It's probably
we're
just
doing at the
better to
moment,
play in
right?
a
I mean,
fresh
there's
economy,
hundreds of-
honestly.
like, there's hundreds,
Especially
of
if the
things,
vines are
like,
600
that we
exalts,
still-
like it's infinitely better to play in a fresh economy.
There's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on the like on seeing reports and what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over
all
time is
all
obviously,
items
like,
can
the
drop
game's
on
still
any
relatively
tier
new,
of difficulty.
we're still
It's like
making
such a
relatively
nerf
big
to loot.
changes.
It's crazy.
Over time, the balance I think will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the same extent, and it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is like people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed because there's certain broken things. So we just the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just like let's get the balance of characters right. And this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like here's only a few things going out of whack. There's always going to be something because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level.
Use the vines, but all the gear has to exist
with
first.
things like Ninja and all of that, and other people being able
Like,
to see
none
it
of
and
that stuff's
discuss
gonna
it more
exist for
openly.
days.
We're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
Well, 100%, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's it's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You
Because
do.
otherwise, it's not going to work. Like
Nothing new
especially
here.
this one
Yeah, you
support
just
system,
start
it's
over.
like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the
Whatever,
recommended
Chris, he sold his shares. He's out of the picture. It's these guys now.
Right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some
like what-
cases.
Chris has been gone for like a
what
year
stuff is
now, man.
popularly getting
But the
used
thing
some
with the
pro styles.
recommendations though is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. That kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub-menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little different, bit different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that I never recommended right at this point.
There are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there.
The Americans always talk this fast.
Another thing that you managed to challenge.
Gemling Spear build. That's what I said earlier. It's going to be Huntress until you can afford Gemling.
Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's hey, let's
nerf the loot. The fact that all the boss tiers currently.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you.
Currently,
and there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
Currently, it's better to farm certain boss tiers for certain pieces of loot because they have better drop chances. Now, with all of the loot dropping at all of the tiers, it just dilutes the pool, especially with adding the keys to the pool now. So, like, if Ingenuity was a 20% chance in current standing right now on tier 1, it might now be a 10% or a 5% because they've changed the drop rate and they've diluted the pool.
No, but yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where it's like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
but the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice.
You are Ironheart though. What do you mean?
For which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes. So,
but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Beastcraft is terrible. You don't want that.
Actually, would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So basically, we still have it. So it mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So it's player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the demons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful actually.
That's fucking cool.
And doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat actually, the whole like Asmeri modifier.
No, there's all new strong boxes.
That wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No.
That would be a little bit too far.
But I think you're so afraid of the crafting bench because they want to take it in a different direction.
Because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it. So you can't TFT it's like a whole, like, there's like a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that
it's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like no, I'm not signing up for
I didn't even think about that. The like needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right? And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
This week.
And the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like, but at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Fucking clown emoji,
So,
dude.
talking about some of the other new
Please.
skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
So
But,
please.
you've got it in and working now, and it looks
Yes.
like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
and
Yes.
It's obviously you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear straight machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look.
Nope, it's not.
My ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will. Like you will definitely want to, but we want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like
It's
look, if it
shit.
doesn't work
That's
later,
what
if
you
we have
just
to
said.
nerf
It's
it,
a
I mean,
cool
sure, I
fantasy
suppose,
thing.
but,
It's
but
shit.
I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can. As much as we can.
I take it back. Mark wants to play with it. It's busted as fuck.
As I said
take
earlier,
back
you
everything.
can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means in theory you can probably get to the point of running a roll indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's
but
what
without the
you're.
penalty.
But what you don't get is the penalty for
Thanks for the follow.
when you
Of
attack.
course.
Yeah.
That's the. That's the thing. But
that's-
it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like you're the fastest thing on the planet.
It is.
When you're doing
There are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tamed beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's your companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like I'm gonna take that.
Well, that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger. Huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise, maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on rollback, and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge in battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
that should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's
like
certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds, for sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe there's some support
I mean it's a
gems
minion, right? Like it
do
attacks
things with.
things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, sure.
Poor little guy.
They
So
said that there
that
was major
sounds
changes
unbelievable.
and major nerfs and buffs. That's all they said.
Speaking of new content,
So
kind of new uniques this time.
there's a reason why patch notes
So
aren't ready.
How many are you aiming for, kind of in general?
Like-
Is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we
You can
want
also
to have
balance this,
every
yes.
base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
outside of boss
Next week, they
Outside
said
of
it would be
Boston.
next
We-
week.
but we
There's
want-
a
we want
big
every base type to
interview
have a-
Sunday
to
with
have a
Ghazi
unique that you
and
can chance.
Oh,
So that
okay.
was the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is
Ghazi
that
and Darth
because of the
microtransaction.
way- like because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order of from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques
enough,
first,
fair
kind of
enough, yeah.
before the high levels, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid
We
because
thought
like
we thought we'd get
we
through
thought
way
we'd get through
more
them
of
all, right? We were like,
so-
okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game.
I
uniques
can't
are
believe
a
I'm
thing.
hearing from other
There's way
sources that
more of
so
them
many many
but,
people
so
are
the focus
pissed
really
off
is
already.
on, making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. You know, lots of really chase things that you can get. You know, it's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the
Yeah,
spreadsheet.
that it does help. Turns out. But so yeah, effectively, yeah, like you should. This should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff.
Yeah,
there.
I'm hearing from
and
not
just gonna keep going
just
with that.
Guitar
Yeah,
Hall,
yeah,
but
like-
from other people that they just don't
100
like
now,
it.
100 later, 100 next.
It's
Just
kind of
keep going
interesting.
until well, kind of honestly, we never really stopped making uniques. Like,
Yeah.
especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So, you know, there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well. So, yeah.
There isn't
So
that
then let's
much
talk about
added
the
after all. What do
idea
you
of, like,
mean?
players
There's a whole.
seeing
What do
unique
you
and be
mean?
like,
There's not that
"Oh,
much
that's,
added. Are you
that's
what?
not very good. Where do you guys?
What,
what do
did you
guys
not
want uniques to
watch
be in
the
Path of
the
Exile 2?
fucking
Like,
reveal?
How powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. So the earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also
Yeah,
they
simplex
have
amulets. Yeah, simplex are huge.
Some kind of combo
Fracturing
thing that you
orbs?
might be able to do.
You
with
could
them,
fracture
at
shit
the
now
end. But
too.
We don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like
Seeing
an
towers and
build that's gonna
tablet
be,
tape.
like, that's going to be.
I can
actually
see.
strong
I
to
can
do with it.
understand the
And that's because you're
frustration
kind of
after
putting in
talking to
things
people
where,
about the towers and the
later
tablets.
on,
I
some
don't
mechanic might
mind
come
them.
along or something
I
might happen,
like
and then people
them.
find an interesting interaction, and
But
that's
I
when,
can see
the
them.
game kinda comes
I can
into
see
its
them
own.
getting rid of
I
it,
mean, that's the
especially
same
since
with,
they're
Magic
trying to
card
change
design
it,
philosophy,
right?
that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of
Like it's
weird
obviously
stuff
heading in a
and-
direction where they're either going to get rid of it or just make
also
it
can mean that,
insane.
like, you know, when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss
But the
it,
tower rework
but
looks
then
insane.
One day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build.
I
So,
like the
you know,
idea of there
but
being
I
like
feel
a
the game
few
has to
towers,
have
and one
that
tower
stuff
can have
in
like
it in order
so
to
many
feel like
tablets,
there's lots of interesting
and
ways to
you're just
experiment,
done.
because, like, you know, it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover
Fracturing
something
with no
direction
scars
is
or
amazing
alts is going to be
thing.
weird.
It's
Why?
something that,
It
like,
makes
feels
spaces
smart,
valuable.
like that.
Why
I
is that
mean,
going to be weird?
If we don't
You
have
just
uniques that
buy.
just take chances
You
and
just
do weird shit, we'll never have
get
that kind of stuff
the
happen.
thing you want to fracture.
So, you know,
When we're designing a unit,
It's gonna be worse. How? You just literally go to trade and
We're
buy
not
what you
even
want to
coming
attempt
out
to
of it going, like,
fracture,
this is gonna be
like
really
you do
expensive,
right
this is
now,
gonna
or
be
use
really
chaos
expensive.
orbs until you get what you want,
Right,
You
yeah,
knew,
and you
you
just
knew what
click
you were
the
doing with that
fracture.
Herald unique.
Nah, I don't remember. It's more the charm and but that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, there's someone said the other day they were like, "It's a successful unique is one that should be divisive," and I was like, I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful. I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Chase.
And others are like,
I want
what
to
can I
lead
do
with this being my
now?
personal
And then
preference.
others are
Recom
just
juice
like,
being tied to
we don't
expedition
know
is
if
my
anyone's
worst
gonna do
nightmare.
anything with this. Throw
That's
it in. And
fine.
sometimes it
I could
doesn't get
see that.
anything happen
I
with
can
it for 3
understand
years.
that. And
But we don't
I-
know that necessarily.
I
Like, let's
don't
just take an
know
experiment and throw
if
it
it's
in
going to
there
be
and let the players
terrible
figure
or
it
if it's going to be
I feel
great.
like you're, with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like,
Mhm.
I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Rishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean,
have
there
it.
are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
Yeah,
situation.
100%.
It's just slow. I mean, you're not going to be doing
So
it
on-
slowly
on
when you're
Chase
geared.
Uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy.
Think I'm going
ones
to dig it?
so
Nice.
far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point, you do need
Right.
to consider like how
So
expensive they end up being.
it's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type,
You win.
like a late level of character
Yes.
development, right?
It's
And then
currently
the
traded.
other
What do you
response
mean?
would be nerf
You can
the actual
trade
unique.
it right
And honestly,
now.
It's a case by case. Like
The
you know,
recom
so,
juice is the currency that drops from expedition.
like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one
Logbook's
rare.
got a
It's still
buff,
pretty-
yeah.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
right
crazy
sense,
for sure,
yes.
for sure, for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's
Yeah.
good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Just due to the
We had also the issues with like I mean, there were 3 real issues. One is darkness at one point bypassed honor loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run, it wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had guard bypass on a loss, so once again a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard
The
challenge,
Temporalis relic was too common.
The reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time. So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE1 players comparison, like it was far
Sharing
more common
opinions.
than
No,
originally,
it's not just your opinion. Your opinion's fine.
PoE1's version of the same.
No, it's your opinion's fine. It's not you. They're not. It's not a you thing.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced. I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing. Maybe you'd do something with essences or something. But we've got essences coming out a lot more. It looks like you've got because you're violent. You can
so greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
Yeah, than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like
I think you guys so far have been civilized so far
with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to.
Every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then of course there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes.
I don't think it helps at PoE2. Can you just screw up PoE1? I mean.
Having the kind of
but it's the future.
The niche mods that you can get.
That's just why.
It just needed more options.
Refresh check.
It's sort of interesting because.
Are we excited? It's Huntress, Fracturing Orbs, Recombinators, Lake of Calandras, Simplex Amulets, more Essences, Rogue Exiles that can drop unique gear.
Comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because
we're logging in Zon. Or we're logging in Amazon.
Want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. And I think PoE1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft.
I don't think you're supposed to convince people of other things, but like you can share viewpoints to try to see from the other person's shoes, right?
Will definitely push things in a way where you feel like
there's more passive points now on the skill tree.
Yeah, well, I think done right and what you're
sure
doing.
For saying there's
sure
since some people hate it because it's not PoE1, because that's what it
is.
is. PoE1 players come in and say it's not PoE1. Why doesn't it have this from PoE1? And then they tell you to kill yourself because it's not PoE1. Like it's wild.
They're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain.
I'm definitely starting Amazon. I can't wait. I'm excited out of my mind.
That part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that.
There's new runes.
So on that topic, we've had this talking to you.
Huntress can equip 3 rings.
You're saying to me that this rune system is our crafting bench, but players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a functionality gap.
It is funny because I was actually saying the other day that
Huntress can get 3 rings from Ascendancy.
We had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items. Which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial kind of output of them was
Him
just
describing
not really
runes like that
options.
makes
100%.
so much
That is it.
sense.
And that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of
that
expanding
that makes so
We'll continue
much
to add more
sense.
socket walls probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them. They'll do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods because there is a thing
How did you
where,
not see it like that?
It's the more like in the base mod pool for
Because
items,
I
there are gonna be
didn't.
things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out
The
there,
fucking
we don't put in the base
their
mod pool, 'cause then
audio's
you end up with
fucked,
sort of
dude.
situation
It's
where
not
you
my
get
fault.
random shit you
I
don't care
have
about.
them.
The crafting
Yeah.
is where you want to have all of the.
It's
kind of
their
stuff that's, like,
audio's
very
low.
code specific.
Yep.
And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and
Turn
rune
it up in
something?
OBS,
Like non-attack weapons, for example?
bro. It is.
It was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted
Yeah.
these things to feel different.
It's
There was
it's
also just like a
turned
little
up.
bit of a like in the future we'll add some system where we can do something else there, and so just not having everything be completely identical, like, much like how the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have like not everything be super homogenous, but because we're talking about the importance.
I
of
did.
it
I mean, I turned
being
it up as much as I
layer of
could, right?
control
Like
of your
it's
items,
like
which you just don't have if you're doing spellcasted.
Oh, maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the
I-
for those
okay,
ones.
all right. You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but I like at endgame, it's
you're not
so
ha-
much clicky.
You're not
busy
happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know that?
No,
No. All right. Well, that's
no.
all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I've planted the seeds at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Done my part.
All right.
There's ways.
Max,
Yeah.
there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame, like
Yeah, that's
I,
what
I do.
figured, yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
Having it that you can just,
endgame,
like-
you've got your hideout where they're
Well,
all
it would
like-
have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so
Yeah.
the law goes out the window at that
Yeah,
point.
for sure. For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed
Mm-hmm.
monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like one per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
Yeah.
they're
Is it
not
like
going to be
five
that
max or
common.
something?
There's no
Well,
shot
it
they're that
depends on
common.
how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah.
Because
so-
because the ones you didn't
yeah.
cleanse while you were getting to the nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose
One
like, when you go
biome?
into a
Yeah,
biome, am
the
I gonna beeline straight
cleansed
for the
blob.
nexus and,
Depends on how big the
then
blob
cleanse
is,
everything,
yeah.
Or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward.
You want me
or
to
the
say
other
more
based on,
450s?
what you decide to
No,
do.
sell them.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want
juice
to.
it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well, you could,
It's the other way around.
way
So
around,
do
yeah.
Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps,
Oh.
and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the
1 in
corrupted
10.
maps
I
have.
mean, that's
Yeah,
what
like,
that's what
for example,
fracturing orbs
corrupted
were before
bosses have
idols.
their own uniques now.
That's
Yeah,
literally
so
what
that's-
fracturing
it's
orbs
a
were
bunch of
before
new
idols.
modifiers and
Yeah.
how they, so there's like
Yeah, yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that
Clever.
stuff. So
Yeah.
you kind of really are like, I'm gonna have a look at the mods.
right.
I like
Are
this. I'm
there-
gonna do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm gonna do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss.
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah, yeah.
So with the fractured orbs being a way of fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we
not
were going to do
currently.
it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah, so an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think
At some point, you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably,
that, like this.
probably.
This feels
Personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then you're
already
like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because you
because
use
you
it-
need that
yeah.
as the thing of the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think. Yeah.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher, obviously they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources as like an interesting subtle thing.
If you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
You know?
So we're going to have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is, yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge, huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like this?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be, like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
it does,
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take this stuff away. So that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
100%,
and stuff like that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if you know us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah.
So.
You're gonna have
Did you
a new
guys
craft
hear
for
him
every
say
league, right?
4.0?
Oh, yes.
Because I was
expect a
peeing.
crafting system for every league. Thank you.
You guys heard him say that, right?
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
Yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had some humble origins as well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame, but how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there
Yeah,
wasn't
that
enough
would be the
overlapping
PoE 1
axes
update,
of
yeah.
randomness
He
is
said
the
working
problem,
on
where
4.0.
effectively You need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So let's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the
I wonder if that's the
Asmari
June
wisp
update and it's
that,
not
like, happens to
326 and they're
affect
just
the
like
unique
surprise
boss of the
4.0.
area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that like or like, oh crap, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with a with a new strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time, and it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and, more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that like when you're
Do you need towers in PoE 1? What do you mean?
End game, it's right. It's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like what are the the league things and like the maps, and like we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. But it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So we haven't like got there yet, but like as through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah,
could be a
exactly.
thing
That's just we just want to make sure that we
Mark
feel
said
that same way through
4.0.
the end game as well.
And with the leagues as well.
Mark said it.
And like, there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions. Things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning. Whatever else.
Mark messed up.
I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet,
That's
'cause
not
a later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that. Even
really, how do you
Exposition only
fuck up
has the one
326 to
boss.
4.0?
We had 4 in the predecessor. Like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like it gets into a situation where like adding content is more
chapter
valuable
always
than
scripted?
just the content itself. Because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have, and so like it's
you
just
even
an
say
n squared
4.0
thing
internally?
where like the square of all the stuff we add. So that, like basically it'll feel like.
But
it's
why
ramping
would they
up in
call
terms of
326
interest, as you add
4.0?
more content rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmari wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the ultimately, I think.
Just saying he didn't mean to leak it. Yeah, I don't think he meant to leak it either, and nobody's talking about it.
Was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we usually get it.
So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic.
You're more excited for 4.0? You mean the new Atlas with towers?
Well, we want to try and honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in Endgame. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of like, here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like, there's like different stuff that you're like that you feel like, there's a thing, like exactly right. You need to ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like, just more and more things, because obviously you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content really.
Stop
at that point.
fucking licking me.
And more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
We'll
this
100% get more.
Yeah, and 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you can interact with.
Exactly.
And it's your skill points.
Yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like, let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then what you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just, again,
Okay, I could say you were right when the game director fucking hated towers.
You should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask,
I call them
it's
unique
funny,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like, there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like, it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique map
there's not a
system.
unique
We have
map.
an
Exactly.
we
They're
do
not
have
gonna
an
talk about
icon
their
for it
release
'cause
date in
they
the
are
last
kind of in a
podcast.
different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from POE1.
Yeah, because you can use mods with them with waystones anyway,
these-
so it doesn't. There's no actual reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it
just,
and enhance it.
it really
and
just
juice
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So,
and how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe in
so hard to
terms
explain.
of player screen.
yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
How many? I had the numbers, I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about from the stream, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination is certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge.
He didn't say that.
Get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination.
I don't know, man.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, you know. So like, ideally, there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was gonna say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt like there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one node that like affected your drops slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the shattered lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome, and so there's a little bit of like, you know, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually three special maps that can spawn only in the water. So go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the one we looked at with the the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So
that's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics, you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 020 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before.
That's cool.
So that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same
Yeah.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like, you know, due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Which will give you your first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, one of those specters. Yeah. Anyway, the ultimate point being, you're
everything's nerfed.
You're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier.
Everything's
than before.
cooked.
However, you are right. That something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 020 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify.
I'm late. You missed the whole thing.
Right? There's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different
The problem is like
additional
without
things
patch notes and stuff today, you can't do anything, right? You're just in this like weird holding pattern.
It'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you
What
don't
happened with
need
trample
to-
those? I'm sure they just
maybe I'll
don't
do that
work
when I get the
anymore.
rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah,
Back to Hero
as-
Siege.
as
I mean,
you
it's
were
probably
saying,
what it is when this is over.
As you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. Yeah, I think that's just a straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like you were playing Pinnacle bosses for experience.
No.
So yeah, it does the downside is is not an issue really. Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of
Like,
content to
at
be the
least
way you
now
level.
we can say like
Yeah.
maps are the way you level, like
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not. I don't know. Depends. But
Yeah, see, they
hopefully
don't
we
want
can
it to
avoid that,
be
but either
friggin'
way,
Legion
it's just
leveling
really
anymore.
You're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's
not,
something
that's not
nice about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At
though?
least,
It's
at,
not
le-
something
at least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Yeah, no.
I know you want to do something
Ah,
with
yes,
Delve.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you're a fan. You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. The whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad.
Yeah.
It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you no longer get if you're playing a T5 map, you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works.
New
So
stuff?
we've
What's that
actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect it. At T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map,
can
then
cube
because it drops
them!
the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlob corrupting up plus
corrupting
one.
up +1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those three options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain,
literally
you
said
can do
cube,
that.
he
It's
did.
pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying.
Yeah.
But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic.
Yeah.
And ultimately, you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, a high enough mod count, and there is a boss here. I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier,
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty.
Yeah.
It's
And if-
just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
And just know it does. There are still, you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like,
We did get
"What the
away
heck, I'm
sometime,
constantly
like a
running
month
out,
ago."
I have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like
Yeah, we have it.
predictable and honestly, probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both
but,
because if because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen. For players who like and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Yeah,
undecided. Yeah.
Undecided. Yeah.
You thought it was decided. I just
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression if you're able to prove the power that you have.
That's the main thing.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this? And
Make them all drop white. Yeah, I agree with you.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that.
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas tree be Atlas tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or
there are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted
more rogue exile. I thought the same thing, dude. I was like, fuck me, no.
Yeah. But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it is.
There's a chance that would be.
It is absurdly rare.
I assume it's just rolled per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
rolled per slot. So
yeah.
But
so
you might have a line of just
fraction of a fraction of a percent for like all of them, but still like 5 or something like that.
You can have them.
But they have quite a lot, like because they're a player. The assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop. More biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's literally rogue exile farming.
Kill a player. Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing.
Fractures will not drop. They said there's no fractures.
That's awesome. Bet just some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be
no
some sort
fracture
of
drops, just fracturing orbs?
Or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf zone from off
you
screen?
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before
they monologue before they murder you.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of monologue.
When I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not. Yeah. You're just like running away.
Yeah,
he's like, don't make me
don't force
this.
my hand. Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, you can just run away. I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty.
If the one was wearing ingenuity, though,
relatively rare.
It could probably wear a lot of things, but probably not temporalis.
But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited.
Temporalis is going to be a mirror, by the way, especially since they openly said they nerfed all the bug abuse builds.
6 modded Waystone. Just get back in there and he's gone, or whatever. You've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had. But either way, just move on. You know.
There's going to be very few temporalis for a while.
You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event at some point.
Don't give me that idea.
That's maybe a 1-week event or something in the future.
Pretty easy to do.
Just take one of your items. Yeah. and then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
And you had the tame rogue exile gem.
I don't tame's the right
higher
exile.
You run up and you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Just give him a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here. Give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally.
I know you've tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points in the past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. They recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see.
I hear an ice cream truck
Going down a
outside.
little bit of a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1, 2, Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over? Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new League mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great. So, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening, and like the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, what if we do this, and we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strongboxes. It's just just come up with an idea and like that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove
Breach.
it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes. To
it was spawning too many.
It has.
Yeah,
There's plenty of builds that aren't stat stackers that are really good. You don't have to be a stat stacker to be good.
It's like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an
I
assumption.
don't know. I don't care what anybody else says, Mom. I'm going to the league.
And it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then
like it doesn't matter to me if players go or not. I'm playing on a fresh economy.
Literally can kill anything.
I want to start from the ground up with nothing and learn the character.
Just get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
yeah
distorted the league balance in a way where it's like we have to make some changes. So yes, like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that one coming.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are. So by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week, but they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
Yeah, all right.
My expectations and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything. Forget everything.
This is what I keep telling you. Like everything's changing.
So, basically,
we'll fucking panicking, morons.
That kind of just means that like everyone who's finding builds like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. So I mean, it's the hope is yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point.
Now, guess what, Deck?
It will take time.
You better say I'm logging in. You better be the happiest motherfucker I've ever seen, Deck. Right now, I better see you pogging, you fucking crybaby cunt.
Different combination of supports together, and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds.
You're
like,
peeking on purpose.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
you mean 14? That sounds like terrible. That's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get
better version of Juggernaut. I can see it
after when kind of continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned.
Peek in my
It can't
ears,
be
more
that,
BB?
Like, just a
Oh,
combination of supports that you can get
Jesus.
trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, you know, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly,
you know,
right. So,
yeah.
but it can be. But but if you get temporalis, you know, it's like, well, now, you know, like now you've
Now
got
you're zooming.
you've got some shit going on.
Temporalis
it
confirmed,
really has to be
unnerfed.
that, you know, there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that like it's going to be chaos. So
Yeah.
I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So a number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed
Thanks for the
that,
follow.
and you're like,
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, you know, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times,
you know, is
fine.
also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like, you know, that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in like, we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now, it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things. Like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place here. So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like...
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect, right? So it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit,
Brawl
so it's
Spell's definitely
regulated,
gone.
and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
Ashman, this is 3 mirrors right now.
Exactly. 10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to
I'm rock
dodge
hard,
less.
baby.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
You know,
No, Asherman is gonna be worthless. He literally everything he just said makes
Asherman
Asherman worthless.
Yeah, you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave
was
it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said,
yeah.
10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be more, and it will
thousand.
happen every time, and people will find stuff,
Look, this again, by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that
very
100%.
demoralizing to
Figure
play.
it's
something
hand
like
gifted,
that thing, and
baby!
then all of a sudden something comes out, and they're like, oh.
And so the way you
Wow!
will know that we're successful is 'cause you
Huntress
get
was
more
announced.
diversity in class.
Plus a lot of other stuff.
Because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where
I'm
it's
rock
like
hard,
the
baby!
comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
oh, it's just Heralds again.
Exactly,
Yeah,
It's like this isn't even a build. This is just Herald
You
again.
go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills. Oh, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom. Okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah,
Like,
even without stat stacking. It's the best
yeah,
way
and
to
it's
play
like,
it.
okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So
Rock hard,
what do you
baby!
have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage
rock
mods for
hard,
added damage, they
baby!
use two-handed and their base damage. And then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with
hard,
other
baby!
external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So
Yeah.
they will be getting more
Did you
damage per
dancing if it
level.
looks like it
whereas
was made in
before,
2010?
most
It was
skills were very
from when I
consistently
first
growing
started
per level.
streaming.
So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level, regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration.
So
and
hand
other
that wasn't in
multiplicative
action's
scaling
dead
factors,
too.
You end up with just like, well,
What, am I ending the stream?
And so now it's like, well, Spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1, and was
I don't
the
know
right
what I'm
answer,
doing yet.
and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing.
The original plan was
So-
to go
same
on
damage
PoE
growth.
2
Yes, we
and
end up
start
with
looking
exactly
at
the same. So
patch
now
notes
every
and
single skill we've
crap
been
and
looking at
do
it
this
going,
and do
you're
that.
gonna
But
scale
now,
more,
according
you're
to
gonna
this,
scale less, you're gonna
everything's
scale more. On
changing.
the
So
damage axis,
anything you
because they
do
have
is
other things that
fucking
scale.
useless.
This just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like,
Yes.
no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete, a complete rebalance of the whole thing.
Expectation wise, it
He
means that
just
any skill
said
that
it!
Didn't have a lot of things you could do for it. We'll get more damage. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
what it
that
does.
should be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like, I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah. So crossbow's been buffed a lot.
Did everything
and
change?
also
Yes.
The other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Yeah.
It's so hard to even
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because
Yeah.
I can.
I
look at those numbers
told
and just
you
be like, okay,
not to
everything's
do
clearly
any.
right.
I warned
but
you
then
not
in
to do
others, it's
anything.
like, it's so.
I
it's
told
too
you.
easy to
We
worry.
knew
It's
this
like,
was gonna
Warrior was,
happen.
like in many cases, there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did. in
Yeah,
the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every Ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to like Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like where's just my like good thing, so like you got like a good
Where's my
thing.
bonk node?
Yeah, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
Look, if they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving
a whole
someone
new
half
game.
the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what
It
they're
doesn't
going to
help
play.
you.
So it's
or
just
them.
completely pointless at that
So
point. Yeah,
we'd
yeah.
rather give
The
you
value
everything all
comes
at
in like
once
knowing
instead
where
of
to go for the
just somewhere
quest, what to
here's,
do, what not to
But
do.
even once you have the patch notes,
This
like,
early
don't even
access,
be
what do you
under the
mean?
mistaken
Of
illusion
course
that
it's
we're somehow
beta.
able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like this, it's because it's such a big difference.
It's
so
hard
many
to take
changes,
things
yeah.
into context because you can look at
Yeah.
it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking
Yeah.
all of the other things. that
Yeah,
go into it.
exactly. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
very
We'll try though. We'll try.
Yeah, sure. Give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released,
Yeah.
you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again, and again, every single patch after every major patch after this, you're going to have
Release
to have
too.
less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway from your second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character.
Yeah.
So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people play.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah. That lever skip with the portal. Oof, beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields, are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shields certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast.
Grim Feast dead!
Mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong on more the int side of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As for armor, well, you know, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like, you know, where it's like, honestly, our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch, and you know, we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that, and really just see. Firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, to make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point, and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular, or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because you know, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say
the more you listen to it, the more it sounds like he was talking about recombinators.
There's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
I mean, this is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, you know, and we should be exploring that with everything, and you know, so we just need to do that process still. You know, that being said, you know, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we buff the ascendancies or nerf them in on the other defensive arms,
because it's better in PoE too.
Things like armor will become better, but again, it's not quite right. But I don't have enough information to say, you know, where it will look, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, you know, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned,
from 1 to 2,
or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and you know, just back up the full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery.
You ignore PoE, I agree with you.
And things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected, and what we balanced around. And because if we were
they had
balancing around what people
they didn't
are
think
currently
we'd break the game the way that we
upper
did. They weren't
echelons of
expecting
builds,
it.
you'd, like, you know, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really.
Okay.
Like, it's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, you know, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done, because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time, because there are so many changes that it is hard to even, like, understand how this is going to fit into
Once
all
the
of that
dust
now.
clears, you might be able to see how recovery's looking.
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of, like, all right, we need another round of testing for this, because...
Yeah.
You know, and again, I'm going to stress, it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like, here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like, having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item itemization, right? Like, for sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though, because like once again, it's not. I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like if you're never if
How does the
if
update?
the first time
I'm
you fight a boss,
stoked out of my mind.
you
I
just
can't wait.
destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a
They
problem.
said
It doesn't
everything's
really say anything
changing,
about the
everything
pace
you
of
do
combat.
right now
Like,
is
if you look at some of
changing,
the,
all the skills are
the Huntress
changing,
stuff we've got there,
everything
like,
is
it's incredibly
changing.
fast paced when it comes to like dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So you know, like obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want
Just
to let them
refresh.
get ridiculously powerful. It
Just
has to be
literally
earned.
hit
It has to be,
refresh.
you know, like after a certain point, and like after you,
I've just
like,
claimed
once
mine.
you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, you know, like crazy and like beyond the point of any of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. That's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game.
Still
But, like,
says
that's ultimately
72,
the
that's
goal, right?
weird.
You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, you know, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so, kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still
find
requires you
something
to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then
Now
do
I have to
the
find the uber gods.
exactly right. So like, you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful, back down to like I'm feeling, you know. And so you have to kind of get that in there.
You should just log in
Dragon Ball
incognito
anime
and see what
art.
it
Yeah,
is.
for sure,
There's, you know,
right?
there's always
You know?
a new level of Super Saiyan
exactly,
after the previous one.
exactly, right. That's what you have to be able to do, and so yeah, it's just smoothly taking up that power level curve, you know, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so
Yeah,
fast.
exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with a boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And you want to engage with monsters, and and yeah, there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
well, so that's an interesting point. Is there's this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something, or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once,
where they're at
once
normally,
you're at your tier of godhood.
Yeah,
for
but
that.
I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but you know, I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You need to get
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just, you know, like and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, you know, second
I
monitor.
love how the
Netflix.
friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know
part
it's just,
of the...
it's just the community's just grabbed it and it's
Yeah.
become a thing forever. But
Well,
it's been updated now. Like this is the update.
In case
You
of the
want-
muscle
you
memory
just
thing,
have to pause
in case of the muscle
sometimes.
memory thing,
For a
it's true
different-
I
because
feel like I've
I was
said
able
that
to
10 years
eventually
ago
get to the
about
point
how,
in
like,
Black
sometimes
version
you get the
online
spike in difficulty.
It'll
Like,
where
oh,
you can
shit.
play like
You know, like now
multi-combo
you've just,
skills
yeah,
while
like,
watching
it turns
TV.
into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, but look, look, if I play this way as well, right? Like, it's not like I'm, like once you get to a certain point, it's like, obviously you're going to want to, the music, you've heard it lots of times, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have, to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
exactly.
Do harder maps, do easier maps.
But but look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true.
And so that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that, like, you can't go too far with difficulty without, without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. That we have to think. Like, all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Like, getting that exactly right.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that still need doing. There's like big lists of, things that we never got time to do. So we'll keep on getting to those.
The argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The frequency of interesting things is high. Or
consistent. The size of an area is completely right. Like, imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like, you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough? The fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place.
You don't have to run through the campaign again because everything is going to legacy, so you can just play legacy.
Right? So to me,
one thing we do,
you don't have to do anything. You just play legacy
in some areas,
or you can play in the fresh economy. It doesn't matter.
If it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive.
Exactly.
Where you've got like almost different biomes.
There are some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But it's completely true that anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay, so what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like, there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got
fine.
There's also like there are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like, areas have like the fast travel thing now as well to between checkpoints, and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as well and see how they feel about it again.
Worth mentioning through campaign we've got both the wisps and there's also strongboxes as well through campaign. Like, they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have
Shrines soon.
Shrines.
The
what's that?
Shrines.
Shrines.
Have them actually in the campaign soon.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done right or something like that.
Well, it might be a bit weird. The ones in Endgame, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great! So that could be after release.
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also, like, every time we do like we're expecting to play through again.
It's probably gonna be the most
tweak,
busted
like,
shit.
The content spawns in different areas, and they'll just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh, and things going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe perhaps more
it's
the issue.
It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that. Like the
you have a link
empty
for
map.
their direction.
When
It's on Twitch, twitch.tv/Path of Exile.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map. It would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. Like, we were looking at Step and being like, okay, well, what's actually like?
It's a big square.
Yeah. And there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like, it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, like, and it's very random. So it's like, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar? But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like, we need to make sure that maps feel that way.
That's what I said earlier too, Trigger.
Yeah.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh, God, yes.
Going?
Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible. Because, so, I mean, It's
The
kind of a
cat's
long
still being
story, and I
cat.
don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least, is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than, I think, 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. If the crash happens in the driver, in the GPU, NVIDIA is just like not really much help, and so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha, and like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore, and yet for some people it happens all the time, and it's just like it's so horrible. And like what we've done. We actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into
You're
0 to low with, by the way, which is that, and
I haven't updated. I never updated my drivers when fucking
tell me
PoE2
about
came
it.
out.
Yeah,
I haven't
exactly.
updated
So
it since
basically
because
what
I
we
know
do
better.
is, what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new
Everything that's
device,
good now is
and then
dead.
upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going.
Everything
And so
that's good now
that is
is
what we're
dead.
doing to solve this crash. And it's like it's
That's
kind
what
of
they
ridiculous that this has to be the solution, because like it just
They
it's
did
just
say that.
mysteriously
They
in the NVIDIA
absolutely
driver,
said
we
that.
have, like,
He said,
and we have tried to find a
attribute
workaround
stackers,
for this,
get
and it's
out
just,
of
like,
here.
so
He
difficult.
said, fucking
And,
Hoa,
so
change. He said
in
it
0 to
all.
low, that's what will happen. So
While we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well,
just to get you up,
you can install the driver earlier than
Sure. What
than
about
560.
what about the Vulkan? Does that matter? Is it-
Yes. But no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing, about whether or not that's less. But
I figured it might be
no,
a
no,
good
it
opportunity
is
if there is a workaround to tell people.
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time, when people have been saying the classic armchair developer
I-
meme was
I-
like, why don't you
I
just
know
go
it
to the
doesn't mean
code that
dead, but
says,
most of
if
these people are
crash
just going to
equals
assume everything
false?
nerfed is dead.
Something like
It
that.
works.
Basically do the engineering
They
to
were
allow
right.
us to just recreate the entire GPU context,
don't
and then there you go,
crash.
and then don't crash, and that is actually the solution we're now going with. But it's like the thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid damn full system freeze, because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it, because there's no like
report.
crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened that happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it," and it's like nothing happens. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys! Like it's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration
Yes,
is
it's
palpable.
incredibly frustrating, because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. Like there was some spin lock implementation that like. I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit, and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the operating system to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like a here's what was wrong. It's just like
Is it worth
this
anything?
random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. Like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible.
All
and,
damage numbers being
so yeah,
reworked.
that one
Yeah,
sucked.
it's insane.
But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like general stability,
other crash
apart
is
from that
fixed.
crash, is incredibly
like
good now.
99%
Yeah,
down,
like-
maybe probably
And it's like,
99.99%.
and it's like the thing is, we'll fix a crash, and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it looks good to fix, right? Like it's so annoying. But as I said, we have a workaround now.
That's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
So you might get a
if it crashes.
pause and then
you'll get a pause
unpause.
for 3 seconds, and then like roughly depending on
Sounds like
hardware,
a
and then it will
good
continue, and the game will pause at the
I
thing.
obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
Yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at least it means you're not crashing, and you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out.
Yeah.
And then we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? Like, so anyway, so there's that whole like Intel CPU issue, like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where like there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way, and if that happens, then like the thing that will break is that like the decompressor will like it'll decompress something, and like one bit of it will be wrong, like literally one bit in there, and then it fails like a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, like it's like things like that will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that, and it's like, well, once again, it's like it's like it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But like the solution to stuff like that, it's just so annoying to find. And so anyway.
It sounds like you've improved a lot of the unrelated crashes, and you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah,
now
at least
for that
hopefully.
One.
But
So that sounds like a massive improvement. But I also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly. But the thing that's the most annoying about it is that like all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but like not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people working on performance improvements. That's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first.
100%. But it's like when they're kind of
we have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
We have.
We got some pretty good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I mean there was that ice one that was really bad.
Yeah.
And, there was things like that. So like the worst offenders we're certainly fixing. But and like I have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better. Yep.
Great.
But by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be like very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's like tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes.
Launch
So the launch should go smoother as far as like all
it was pretty good.
Stuff. It was.
Wow, it still was 5 hours of not good.
Yeah, but 5 hours compared
No.
to
This time.
days.
I mean, look, I'm
standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So
5 minutes this time.
Well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong.
always
But
sometimes
it should be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random.
So it should be much better this time.
I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. That's always a good thing to aim for. We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered? Especially with all the changes going on.
We're sort of not in love with it. It's just one of those things where like I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing like the journey of the character like it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. Like, I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's an interesting idea.
And difficult to not I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion it's going to come up. So
the trial of respect or something.
Yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're not entirely wrong.
They can make that Toda. Toda could do it,
enemies.
right? Like you have to win the tournament to
conclusive
get
decision
the
or at
ability
least a
to
level of
reroll.
articulation one way or the other by the end of early access.
Right.
But for now,
I'll ask you then.
it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so I'm really hoping by 030, we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
No, this is a concern.
That's
We have
true,
to do something about it.
We have to figure it out.
We have to figure it out.
My bad,
So in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it. Still, there are other things to come up. Like,
Yep.
You also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good
portal,
point. Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So
that's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution. But again, can't say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
no. There's no achievements or challenges yet.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we weren't going to do that for a little bit yet.
There's not really. Maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about the game and the mechanics, and less about
make the game first.
The achievements, and the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for stash tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh, 100%. Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab. Those two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without it.
We wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just didn't quite make it. I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime, like in a point release after, like within the 020.
As soon as the patch is out and stable and we're on top of things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those UX or quality of life things that we blatantly missed out on.
I think
for example, being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and write the name.
That is one that
something
we designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it yet.
I want to say it's 80% implemented right now.
Yeah. So it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Bookmarks on your...
Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone for watching.
Thanks for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
That's wild, dude. Thank God. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited. It provided a lot more than I thought it was going to provide. I really went into it expecting next to nothing. Very little and... Lots of good stuff, yeah. Enough to make me want to play it. See, that's what I said would happen, right? Towers are vastly improved. You can now add 3 tablets to a tower. Haven't played for about a month. Yeah, me neither. How to handle when juicing. So this is the class reveal trailer.
We as Mary are guided by the spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed.
Change the quality, it's low resolution.
It showed me something. Something forbidden. We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden.
Thank you, Julian. Take a look at it in a second.
To defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the spirit once more.
Yeah, see, she looks fucking awesome. Sup? This is the Huntress. Yeah, this was the Huntress. Thank you, the subs!
Don't make me kill you. I shall pay.
Thank you, the 5!
Rock hard, baby!
Rock hard, baby! There's no reason to not play Huntress.
Zaddy, I missed your touch. What is your Huntress build, and please don't gatekeep, we all know you got the inside scoop.
Oh, do you remember that guy got mad said I was gatekeeping him? Jesus. So the Reddit has all the new stuff. I'm rock hard, baby. So this is the first Ascendancy. I'm rock hard, baby. Thank you, the subs. I appreciate the 5 gifteds. Thank you for resub too. Baby. You guys are insane. Definitely a ranger angle. What do you mean? I'm rock hard, baby. I'm rock hard, baby. All right, so this is the first Ascendancy. It doesn't tell us what it's called, though. But I guess we'll start here. So this one says, Infuse Weapon. When you consume a power charge, get Cold Infusion, Endurance Charge, get Fire Infusion, and Frenzy Charge, get Lightning Infusion. So that's interesting. 50% chance for Infusion to not be consumed when using a projectile. What's Infusion? We don't know yet. I guess you can infuse. Oh, I guess it's kind of like infuse your attacks for so many attacks. Kind of how war cries work in PoE 1, right? I forget what it's called. This is the Huntress. 20% increased movement skill while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Do we know how we get open weaknesses? Attacks using your weapon have add. Whoa! What the fuck? Why? Attacks using your weapon have added physical damage equal to 25% of your accuracy rating on the weapon. Wait, what? Equal to 25% of the accuracy rating on your weapon. So if you have to have like a Giga Juicer accuracy stacked weapon, it says accuracy rating on, it's only on the weapon. It says it's only on the weapon though. It doesn't say accuracy stacking. It says only on the weapon. So if you have a weapon with say 400 accuracy, you get 25% flat. So accuracy is going to be big. Read the rest. So these little nodes are so like reveal weakness against rare and unique enemies. 50% more attack damage against enemies with an open weakness. Read the 2-pointer before the 4-pointer. This one, right? Critical strike. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of... Why? Oh my god, dude. What? Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of... So here's the problem. Give us the tree. I'm assuming Huntress is starting here, right? I'm assuming it's starting here. You just get crit cap from like level 1. Right? You're just like super crit. You're just like, it's only for exceeding. Yeah, but like, you're just gonna giga exceed immediately. Oh my god, and there's gonna be attack speed per accuracy. Bro. But we don't know what's changing. All of this could be changing. That's the problem. This might not be there. Right? Like, there's a world where this doesn't exist. Right? That's the problem. He said they're changing the tree. Okay. So this is increased evasion rating. And what is this? Evasion rating from equipped to helmet, gloves, and body. Whoa! Evasion rating from equipped to helmet, gloves, and boots is double. Evasion rating from equipped body armor is halved. That's really weird. I don't know if I like that. Well, I guess if you get a helmet with like 600 and boots with like 300 or 400. An energy shield body or a hybrid body, yeah. The Herald unique chest? I thought the Herald thing was a shield. Isn't the Herald unique a shield? It's a shield. Oh, no, it's a shield, isn't it? It's a chest? Well, they said attribute stacking's dead. He like openly said that. So it's not going to be like Hoa, Pillar of the Cage God. That shit's all dead. It's or gutted or nerfed or whatever. Increase the amount of life leached. This is interesting. Life flask also recover mana and mana also recover life. I think this is really interesting. I don't know if I would ever take that though. And then this one, I like this one. Life leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as... I like this. I think this is really strong. I think this is really, 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 really strong. As Mary Brew with Melting Maelstrom. Oh. 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 That's cracked. And this is the other one, right? This is the other ascendancy for it. All right, we'll start right. So okay, so we start here. We're gonna go left to right. So what? I don't get it. So you either have to reduce your resistances, your spirit, or your maximum mana to gain a ring slot. So that's the trade-off. You either reduce your resistance, it's always resistances. It's always resistances. Well, you gain a ring slot. It's +1 ring slot. Right? And then look at this one. 25% increased bump. Wait, so Ingenuity's got to be nerfed, right? Ingenuity has to be nerfed? Right? So you just get a ring. So the Ascendancy is just Ingenuity. What's got? Because Ingenuity's got to be nerfed. Ingenuity has to be nerfed. Yeah. My guess is Ingenuity 0 to 50. Or 0 to 40. +1 charm slot. Okay. Charges. +1. This is +1 charm slot. And then this one is, what is this one? Can instead consume 25% maximum mana to trigger charms with infused charges. Interesting. Isn't this equivalent to 100% Ingenuity? It would be 105%, but we're assuming Ingenuity's nerfed. Yeah, it would be 105% Ingenuity. So Ingenuity has to be nerfed, right? So this is movement speed. This is physical damage. This is ritual sacrifice. This is blood boil. Ritual sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% maximum life to gain a random monster modifier. Is this a headhunter? But it's bad though, right? But it's bad though, right? And it's random. The mod is Soul Eater. What's 20% of 1? CI, baby. I really like Huntress a lot. I think Huntress looks really good. I don't think, in all seriousness, I don't think you ever start this Huntress. I don't think you ever start this Huntress. I think you start the other Huntress. I think you start, I'm pretty sure you start this one until Rings and Ingenuity, and then you re-roll this one. Like you never start this one, right? You're gonna start this shit. It doesn't do anything. You can't respec, you'd have to re-roll. Unless you played towards Blood Boil and Fizz, right? You play towards Blood Boil and Fizz and As the Whispers Demand, and then you eventually go into everything else. Third ring is a third ring. Do we know what Blood Boil is? It's a Fizz-based dot explosion. Third ring's OP no matter what. I think so, yeah. Castigar is gonna be free. Where is one putting the ring? On an extra finger, they said. You want to see Lich? You're calling me a cuck? Well, I want to see other things. You don't see me complaining. All right, here's your Lich. Here you go. I love this about Lich. I love this jewel socket right here. Can socket one non-unique base jewel. 100% increased effect of socketed jewels. 50% more mana cost if you have no energy shield. This is insane. This is so crazy. 30% increased energy shield if you consumed a power charge recently. That's fucking nuts. Do we know if socketed jewels is local? It's only the one that's socketed in the tree. It's only this slot right here. How do you consume power charges or get one? There's a lot. There's an easy way. There's an aura that consumes charges and gives you crit. So you can just constantly consume charges. We were using it on Monk for a while. There's a spirit aura. So you're always just gonna have 30% increased energy shield. Non-channeling spells consume power charges to deal 20. Right there, literally right there. Non-channeling spells consume power charges to deal 25% more damage. There you go. You just consume charges. There you go. %10 of damage taken bypasses energy shield. No inherent mana regeneration. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of your maximum life per second. I don't know if I like that. It's weird. Up 60-80% post valing. Read the follow-up. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. Does that mean that, like, if you're CI, you just take 10% less damage? How will they nerf stat stacking? They literally make the gloves worse. They make the weapon worse. Yeah, they just make it worse. ES just keeps on winning. All right. So this is node 1, node 1, and node 1. Okay. Cursed enemies killed by you or allies in your presence have a 33% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their maximum life as chaos damage. Welcome to being a cultist all over again. So this is just Profane Bloom all over again. There are no patch notes today. No. There are no patch notes. They're not ready. They'll be ready next week. So you literally sit with your thumb in your ass and this is all you get. ED Contagion? Hex Blast, baby. What do you mean? Just play Hex Blast. What? Just play Hex Blast, dude. Thumb in your what? You know where you're sticking it. You and allies in your presence have unholy might while you're not on low mana. Non-channeling spells cost an additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells that deal 30% more damage. Spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. That's weird. It's very weird. Increase area of effect of curses, increase maximum mana. You can apply additional curse, and then 4% increase magnitude of unholy might buffs per 100 maximum mana. What does Unholy might do in the current state of the game? To the right side of the pick. Oh, thank you. Unholy Might is a buff that grants 30% of all damage as extra. Holy shit. Mana stacking minions? Why minions? Does it apply wither too? No, you'd have to manual apply wither. My first thought wouldn't be minions with this. Because how would you, if you played minions, how would you regenerate the mana? This isn't Hero Siege. It will be shortly. Right? If you go 1 point here, 2, 3. No. What is it? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess you can, yeah. This is a Spark build, assuming Spark's not gutted. This one's so weird, man. This one's super weird. There's literally a minion node. This one says minions deal 20% increased damage. And then this one says Grand Scale Manifest Weapon. It's literally last epoch. 20% increased melee damage is this one. And then this one is Temper Weapon. I don't like this. But I guess it's fine. And then this one's 15% fire resistance. And to modifiers to fire resistance also grant cold and lightning resistance at 50% of their value. Jug, 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 jug. And then this one is fire spell on hit. Like, I don't know if I like. You can only use a normal body armor. This passive skill is free to allocate. You're losing so much by forcing. Well, the problem is like how many points can you dedicate to this before you have to like lose a bunch of points, right? Because you go like 1 here. Oh, and this one gives you max resistance, right? So you go like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you lose 4 more points. No, you have to put points into these though, don't you? Don't you have to pick and choose? Because you can't just choose them all. Right? So like there has to be like a limiting factor. It says this one's free to allocate. Right? So like, yeah, so this one's free. So you always have this. If you want to use this, you don't have to use this, but you can use this. And then you make a body armor with as many points as you want to use. So you would have to, like, if you only use 4 points, you only have a 4-point body armor, right? Like this one, like this seems dumb. Body armor grants armor, also applies the chaos damage taken from hits. But if your body armor base only has nothing, then like nothing of nothing does nothing. 75 cold, 75 fire, unaffected by ignite, 15% more life, 20% strength, lightning resistance. Fizz taken as fire. Yeah, I don't think I like this. I guess you could do what Julian's saying where you go here and then here. And then you go 75 fire resistance, 15% max life, maximum fire resistance, and then like Fizz taking his fire. The normal body armor though kills it. The normal body armor makes it bad. Unless they're planning on changing base body armors. Right? Like that's the other thing they could be doing. They could just be planning on like changing the base gear. Can normal have implicits? There should be bases. Craft of Exile should have it. Hold on. Hold on, my everything is crashing. Hold on, everything just crashed. I don't everything just fucking broke. Okay, so currently, right now, the best base body armor is the Expert Curious, and it only has stun threshold. This one has regenerate life, stun threshold. Oh no, so this is the best one, Glorious Plate. It only goes to 640 armor. And none of these have implicits on it, so you get 640 armor. And if you did strength decks, you can get one of these bases that has resistances on them, but then again, once again, you have no armor. So like, I don't think it's very good, but I could be wrong unless they're buffing bases. And then this is the last one. Yeah, but that's still not good enough to use white. Increased totem damage. Totems have 30% more skill speed. Totems only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. That's really interesting. Minions deal 20% more damage and grants supporting fire. Supporting fire is up here, right? This is a minion skill. Summon a hidden artillery squad trailing you that can fire volleys of arrows on command. The artillery squad counts as your minions. Minions from this skill have a 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 points of dex. Minions have 1% increased damage for 3 points of strength. Maybe they're just doing stacking in a different way. Maybe they're getting rid of the traditional stat stacking pillar of the cage god and they're just doing stat stacking in a different way. This one says 8%. So like, look at this. This is 8% increased spirit. And then this says, oh, my fucking face is in the way. This one right here says persistent buffs have 50% less reservation. And then this one says allies in your presence get attack damage equal to 25% of your main hand weapon. And then allies in your presence get attack damage equal. Or this one says 20% increased persistent effect. I don't like this class. This is like just support stacking. I'm just not a fan. Defend with 200% of armor. Enemies have an accuracy penalty against you based on distance. Maximum evade chance is 50%. Maximum physical reduction is 50%. Well, I kind of agree with him that base armor is bad. But I don't think we can make like on the other hand, or the other side of things, I don't think we can make any kind of assumptions until it's out. Right? Until it's out, like, you know, 20 new Huntress skills, hit and run, savage counterattacks. Dude, I love this class. Looks fucking awesome. Raise specters, summon Roa, support gems, loyalty. 10% of damage from hits is taken from supporting companion's life before yours. Minions from supported skills have 30% less maximum life. I like that. Cadence? Support skills have 10% more attack speed for each time they've been used recently. Support skills are unusable for 10 seconds after being used 8 or more times within 4 seconds. That's so weird. You not be playing Warrior? Warrior's the fastest speedrunner? What do you mean? Warrior's the fastest class in the game right now. You just haven't been around to keep up with it. Harlequin Crest? Where? Remnants created by support skills last for 8 seconds. Support skills create a blood remnant when dealing killing blow to a bleeding enemy. Remnants created this way increase life regeneration up to a maximum of 100%. Remnants are created with, oh, that's cool. Warrior won all the speed races. What do you mean? She's wearing it in that pic? That's just a hood. None of these are Shaco helmet. This is Mind of the Council or whatever it's called. It's only the campaign. Listen, okay? Herald of Ice isn't nerfed. Polk Ring's still strong. Just gotta believe it's not dead. Just gotta believe. It'll be fine. Can't say Herald's isn't nerfed. My inside birdie source mask thing told me. I'm sure it's all fucking dead. Tear? 50% chance of on-kill effects followed by killing blows on bleeding enemies with support skills to occur twice. Big bada boom. It has to. So like, here's what sucks about this, right? Here's what sucks about this. Oh, look, they literally fractured a Fizz weapon. They knew. Look at that. They literally fractured tier 1 Fizz. Or tier whatever fucking Fizz is called in this game. They literally knew. Essence of Heart upgrades a normal item to magic or a magic to rare. 50% increase socketed runes or soul cores. That's kind of cool. Had Ralakesh on? Did they? One of the characters they showed wearing new uniques had Ralakesh on. Interesting. Where'd you see that? $900 plus? Dude, all that shit's dead. Come on now. There's no shot rarity stacking still a thing. That shit's all gone and dead. But here's my problem now. And this goes into the same circle of conversation that we're having. With no notes, like, I'm not a doomer. I'm the most positive son of a bitch when it comes to this game. I'm just saying, without notes, I can't prep or plan or do anything. I'm not dooming. Fuck you. I'm not dooming. Why would I be dooming? You're assuming rarity's dead? Everything's dead. Rarity doomer? Going on Hero Siege. I'll make my video later with my thoughts and opinions. Fuck you. Not a doomer, at least a boomer. Nerf Eagle's dead? No. Listen. That's not true at all. I'm fully accepting that. I fully accept that a percentage buff or percentage debuff is just as good. See you in 2 weeks? What do you mean 2 weeks? It's literally next week. It's in a week. What do you mean 2 weeks? When's the release? Friday, a week from tomorrow. That's not 2 weeks. You ain't see me for 2 weeks? I'm a degen? Oh, jeez. In-game only? Trade me? You poor soul. Forgot to loot the key, bro? I looted the key. There's no key on my map. Oh, I need to DM Sir Naps a lot. I don't know, man. I'm excited now, dude. I can't wait. All right, I go to sleep. Goodbye. See you in a week, baby. The real question is now, like, what the hell do we... Oh, scrolls are raw. Ah! Look how easy that was. I kind of like... Bye, have fun, see you later. I'm like ready to go like record fucking YouTube content and shit. Just kind of like talk about what I'm thinking about and shit. Put it into words. How do you sell scrolls of raw? Sell them on a Discord, or you like hold on to them until you get to 50 and then make the item and sell the item yourself. Because the item they make can be sold on the auction house. I have no audio. Where's my audio? How did I lose game audio? What the fuck? I sold mine last night. I then tried to buy scrolls of raw and they sold out like you just can't get, I can't get people to sell them to me through the Discord. Every time I like ping somebody, they're always like, oh, I already sold. It include, what do you mean it didn't include Samurai Paladin? I had them when I got the bundle. I didn't have to buy anything extra. Oh, my audio works again. Nice. What was the price I was mentioning at? Everybody that posted at like 400K. I didn't get one person to sell to me last night. Zero messages? Wild. Put your lobby name with no password? You're selling scrolls? Why would you sell scrolls when you know that's how you found out that you can make the item? Julian's the one who told me how to do the thing. Julian's the guy who tipped me off about it, so he already knows. That's why I was so confused when he said he was like, no. Yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah, no, I'm saying, I understand. I didn't know this was before. Look, man, I'm dumb. I don't know what to tell you. I'm dumb. I'm very tired. I'm so glad you told me something because like I almost ran mine last night. I didn't go do the bosses. I literally left the bosses on the floor. No, I forgot that stupid thing had, oh, I left the bosses. Unlucky. Damn it. What are considered mid-tier runes? Is that like Vex Pull? Nice move. What do you mean? The red ones? Dude, I'm like this close to just like stopping this now to go like fucking record videos and stuff. Am I excited? I'm out of my mind, dude. I'm like hyped like you couldn't believe. Also, did you know that the fragments from doing this, if the boss fragments are over 1 million gold each? Do it? I'm thinking about it. I'm highly considering just like calling it early just so I can go like prep thumbnails and record and find food because I'm starving and I haven't eaten today. What's a million? The fragment from this place. There's a boss fragment. This thing, Colosseum fragment. It's huge for YouTube. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna do my first video about like which Huntress I want to pick and why, and like my thought processes behind it. Ooh, keys. All my money from farming act bosses in Inferno? Wait, really? Tell me more. Is it like, did you do the boss fight yourself to get an Inferno, or did you like buy a carry? I'm assuming you did it yourself, right? How's the samurai doing? Fantastic. You made it to Hell 5? Nice. You love this game? Yeah, it's super fun. Took 1 week. Did you do it on your samurai? For the select recommendations, happy to help. You did it on a plague doctor. Now, when you say you're making all of your money from act bosses, what do you mean by you're making all of your money from act bosses? What are you farming from the act bosses? Are you just farming their fragments? Do their fragments just drop more often in Inferno? Because I thought about doing boss farming and just going like boss to boss to boss to boss to boss and then resetting. You play Samurai? Samurai's sweet, dude. And you craft the key? People want to go to Inferno? What key? The key of terror? How much does a key sell for? $4.5? Isn't it better to sell the parts individually then? Yo, wait, this belt is insane. You drop a lot of them in Inferno. Could be worth trying to do. Gaze of the Void. They're never worth anything. It's shit. Almond Rod took you 4 tries. How many times did it take to do Gabriel? My biggest problem with doing boss farming is like finding the bosses. He was dying to the wall? Whoa, oh, I don't know the fight. I haven't looked at the fight, so I don't know. One, he was easy. Did you sell Gabriel's weapon for like, or Gabriel's item for a ton? Can you augment skills? There's an augment thing on your skill. There's a little plus on your skill. You can click that. How much did the Gabriel unique sell for? I'm assuming he has to drop something, right? Dang it, I didn't get a part. Ridiculous. Where's my unique? Where's my boss piece? You dropped the weapon, it was worth nothing? Unbelievable. Gotta learn these friggin' map layouts. Hello? I have no idea what you said. $200K weapon? Bro, another boss didn't drop anything. You believe this shit right now? Surprisingly, though, it's a little bit faster than I thought it was going to. Please, port. I forgot I have a jump button. Also, don't remember where I'm supposed to go for these layouts. I really want to get into Inferno. It sounds like it'd be so fun. Was it a lot harder when you got into Inferno to like do things? Like, was the difficulty jump that big? Or is it just kind of like hee hee XD? You gear a lot for the Ubers. It's crazy to think that like you just gear for these Uber fights and then like Inferno is just like whatever. Old rune. Kind sir, can I have shit? Is Depths of Hell the last one? I don't have to go to the last act, right? It's just stop at Depths of Hell, right? Inferno's easier. I assume they'll nerf the way into Inferno. Probably get rid of this 20 magic find charm. It doesn't do anything. Maybe not. I don't know. It's like the reward after the bosses. Yeah, but like, I guess if you have to like giga over gear to get into Inferno and then Inferno's a joke, then what are you still grinding for after you're in Inferno? Two, three, four, five, and then Depth of Hell. The first season in Inferno. Oh, is it? I didn't know that. God, I hope I'm not getting sick. I feel like shit right now. Hell 5 Mevius, whatever his name is. That one took me a little bit. Let's go for Satanic Zones. You definitely want to get into Satanic Zones. Yum rune. You disappear for 5 days again? No, I'll stream through the sickness. I only disappeared because it's just me and my son, right? I'm like, if I don't take care of my kid, who's gonna take care of my kid? I don't have to do this boss, right? Do I have to go to this boss? No, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, right? Just 1 through 6. You should do the ones not dropped by the boss portal. Well, if we're gonna make the key, like, if the goal is to make and sell the key, what do I do? Just buy those ones? Go farm the other ones and then buy the missing ones and then like cut into profits, right? Hey, I got 2 of them. Wow! I'm really curious how much that dude's soul is worth now. Are they only like 100,000 each? Or did I just YOLO XDD 2 million gold? I guess we'll look when we get to Act 3 now. What if this is like the nut way to farm now because you just play a character that can just like blitz to these bosses? What if this is literally it? You just like constantly just like blitz these guys. There's 650k? Doubt? I want to play Lich now. I want to play the Huntress, dude, so bad. I was so looking forward to going on PoE 2 and like getting ready and prepping and looking at patch notes and all that shit. And then they were like, XDD, nothing's ready. And I was like, bro, like all of my fun. Granted, I mean, there's still a lot to be excited about and a lot to still talk about. But damn. What do you mean doubt? He's saying because you can just run 3-3 faster and 3 scrolls of raw is equivalent to 1.2 million, right? So like, if you could just do the runs faster than 3-3, you get more looks at bullshit. And you get the boss portals. There's like a lot, right? You always loot 3 now, so that's like every time you find scrolls of raw. They said they touched everything. They said that the Atlas tree was going to be changed too, or not the Atlas tree, the passive tree was going to be changed because they need to move things around. So you can't even like you literally can't even like pre-prep anything because if everything's getting moved and changed. Like any like weird prep work that you do now is just going to be like, I had a really good thing. Instead, I picked up 3 and there's only 1 in your inventory. They probably went somewhere else. This fucker in his mask. Can't find the other 2 anywhere. They're somewhere. Unless you didn't loot all 3 and you think you looted all 3. Yeah, I think doing this in Inferno with the increased chance of them dropping is probably better, but like in the meantime, I think just going for Scrolls of Ra is probably like the nuts, unless you just get really bored and you want to like spice it up a little bit. You've definitely seen 3 and I've only gotten 1? Really? Wait, because I only have 25. You're right. Because I should have a multiple of 3. Weird. Good to see you playing. What a man. Yeah, belly button me, bitch. Sight of the Gods for this? What is Sight of the Gods? You hit 100. Congrats. Gives you teleport? How do I get that? Now you can't see. Dude, every time they've added content, I've just always been like, what the fuck? You buy it? Does it teleport you straight to the boss or you teleport around the zone? Like when you say it gives you teleport, what do you mean by that? It's just the teleport? Is it fast? It's really expensive to just be able to teleport. Wouldn't you just literally be better off like making Enigma? I guess you would weapon swap it, right? Just weapon swap teleport. 4% faster cast rate on a small charm? Whoa, wait a minute. That seems insane. That seems really good. Boop. Jade, no, come back. You didn't need TP, you're fast. Not fast enough, Kakarot. And I get stuck on fucking everything. But we also do kind of have like a short wave teleport that we can use. Jade. Do you stop to get the ore? Or do you like skip ore? I made a lot of money off of Jade. Yes, you stopped the ore? I craft the jewels? What jewels? The elemental gem? Hey, look, another soul. The elemental gem. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, thanks for the sub, man. Give me another battle frag because I feel so dumb. The in-game codex. The angelic gem is a lot of money. You're talking about this elemental gem? Bro, I sold so much of the fucking powder. Not even 100 jewel craft, 1,000 jewel crafting. Wait, what was that? Parisa. Mother. I didn't know those were that expensive. Do people actually buy them? I have so much of the materials. I need one more. That's crazy. I had no idea. Keep them and level your jewel crafting. My jewel crafting's leveled. What should it be at? My jewel crafting's 2696. How much higher do I need it? Needs 3750. Oh, to make those, I need 3750. Just combine runes, it's pretty smart. You can also like combine shit fucking jewels too, right? Like the rubies and the emeralds and the sapphires and all them shits too, right? Oh, let me ask you, Granos. Certain apps and I were talking about doing Bifrost key rotas. Are those actually worth doing? Right? They have to be because people pay so much for the keys, right? Like, how good is a Bifrost rota? And like, what are we looking for when we do the whole Bifrost rota? Because we want to run a bunch of keys tonight, but we don't want to waste them. A lot of keys to be profitable or lucky, but okay. So, but like, what are we looking for when we do them? I guess is the bigger question. Jewel crafting didn't even go up. Well, somehow mine's going up, and I don't know what mine's going up from. Like Mist of Chaos, I could drop angelic keys. There's so much in this game that I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Need to delete Reddit? Why do people hate the PoE2 update? That's one where all the mobs are angelic. Oh, okay. That's the one we're hoping for, right? Bifrost is just, it's random though what we get when we open it, right? All right, Satan's Horn. Because they were not balance changing the announcement, which is fucking wild. It gives you two choices. Which one's all angelic mobs? Gain 1 level of jewel crafting per ore. Oh, that's not bad. Dude said there was no I love how fucking stupid people are. Sometimes, dude, sometimes I wish I was dumb because ignorance is so bliss. Oh, I got an angelic key. Ah! I'm so stoked. Congrats. They're insulting the Q&A. The Q&A was so impactful. There was so much information in the Q&A. What is there literally to insult? There was no Druid. Everybody knew there was no Druid, though. Like, that was obvious, wasn't it not? Like, what? What? Like, in what world would they think there'd be no teasers? No, I know I asked, but like how fucking stupid. Whatever. Hey, what up? Back for more? I mean, I was gonna go on PoE 2. There's just nothing to do. Oh! 37 minutes pumpkin patch! Ancient pack sizes, ancient spawn is legion, but it's only 37 minutes. But that seems insane. They intend to make a real league? Yeah, I remember you were saying that earlier. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we constantly go into like the update expecting nothing, and they constantly keep giving like a little bit more and a little bit more. And they were very open about the problems. They were like, yeah, we know this is bad. We know you want this nerfed. We're nerfing everything. I'll give you 2 gold for that. I mean, we could just run it together. If you want to join the Discord, me and Sir Napsalot are gonna do like keys and shit later and codexes and stuff. You're more than welcome to like join us. You know, we put out an open invite the other day to everybody in the Discord, to anybody like had Bifrost keys or whatever and wanted to like do shit. This is like an open invite, by the way, if there's room. I know Jingles was super down earlier. He was all fucking excited and shit. They said they were nerfing everything, yeah. They said everything that it... They said that every... I'm going to paraphrase here and try to not over-exaggerate. You're in bed? Oh. Well, don't do that. I'm going to try to not over-exaggerate what they said, but they said everything that works right now and is really good right now, expect it to not work and not be good. which is the biggest reason why I'm not on the game right now. Well, one, because we don't have any patch notes, and two, like, because we have no patch notes, there's no way to like test or plan or prep. And they also said that the Atlas tree was going to change too, or not the Atlas tree, the passive tree was going to change to accommodate all the new stuff. So like, you just don't know what the hell's going to happen. Your damage is insane. You're gonna send a screenshot. My damage will be insane in 120 million. Give me 120 million. That's not on the dummies. 303,000. I'm gonna reset my DPS now. We'll take a look at what I'm at. Well, let's get in the zone first, and then I guess I'll reset in the zone. What about a moon shard? Looks like you have more DPS than me. That's sick. Whoa! 30% to remove. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's the satanic charm? That's super cool. Yeah, I've got to desperately fix my charm situation. Hey, a battle key. Mr. Streamer, what helmet are you using? Mr. Viewer, I am using, I don't even know. Chimera. Not using a helmet, he's bald. Also factual. Thank you so much, you're welcome. Got a dice ready for a chest when you find one. A dice? Are you doing that dungeon farm? I don't know. Not gonna do it on stream, that's for damn sure. After I eat. I don't know. I feel a little run down, a little shitty right now. So like I'm debating like getting off stream really soon and like eating. Cause like it's 78 degrees in my house and I'm sitting like with a green screen and lights on and I'm freezing. Hit me up if you're okay. I mean, I'm sure I'll be fine. I just like eventually need to like stretch and get up and fucking X, Y, and Z. Aren't warp keys expensive though? Wait until I'm asleep? You want the experience? He was saying to sell them and just use the money to get a more efficient key. Because there's like a list of ones that are like super efficient. So that's what he's saying. To convert all of your money and keys into better dungeons. He's not saying don't run them. Warp is the most efficient. Is it? I saw we were looking at a completely different list. I'm just telling you what we were looking at. I think the listed tower, but I don't think you like tower because it's a bullet hell. Is there a social menu in this game? Or just through Steam? I have no idea. Chat, is there a social menu? Did I get any DLC? When I was gifted the game, it was on sale for $17 and had everything. Oh, I knew I heard a fucking key, boys! So I have all of it because it was on sale. You'll be on stream tonight though? Nice. Yeah, if we do anything, I'll let you know. My first intention is to literally go get dinner and maybe like take a warm bath. Step 1, a really warm bath. Well, when I get sick, I get really sick, and I usually like just eat a bag of shit and like deal with it. But I always end up like freezing to like one of like the things, you know, like the whole man flu thing. It's like I like freeze my nuts off. Do I raise through Hell 1? You should get through Hell 1 as fast as possible, and then go to Hell 3, and then get through Hell 3 as fast as possible. And then if you could do Hell 5, do Hell 5. But you want to do the Hell difficulty level where you one-shot everything. What is a bath? It is a tub filled with water to relax in. You want to do the highest tier of content that you can do without sacrificing time. You're welcome. Stuck. Why am I stuck? What is this? Cast rate, vitality, whatever. I don't want to be stuck. I don't like this dungeon. I think I'm just gonna go back to 3-3 for a little bit. Scrolls of Ra. Scrolls of Ra. I want an angelic zone to pop. I gotta wait an hour to see if the next zone's angelic. Makes me sad. Boop, boop, boop. A wizard's hat. I've always wanted one of those. You ever take a test tomorrow and you haven't studied? Fucking a test. For your job? Oh, a drug test. That's easy though. You just piss in a cup. Problem solved. Easy. Needs to study the drug test? I just want a level, bro. You boof your drugs so you don't fail? It's kind of funny, actually. Ah, Scrolls of Ra. Did get my 3 this time. Nice. I'm gonna work my way to this charm slot now. There's also a party that wants to take out this, like, where is it? This experience node. I know 15% is a lot, but sockets for type. Ooh. Rarity common. Hide rune prices. Hide rune word search. +3 to lightning skills. Because it's 4 socket. Dude, Jador, please. I beg of you, stop sucking. Wow, this is the intent. Oh, the angelic tier rune word. That's 4 sockets. Don't worry, one of these runs, I'm just gonna drop an angelic. Problem solved. All of my gold issues fucking gone. Make my feral tonight, baby. What did that shrine do? Did it even do anything? Am I dumb here? Just late to what it was supposed to do? Did it bug? Oh, the classic nut rune. Oh my god, alright, I'm tired. 1 or 2 more of these and then we go eat dinner. I'm fucking dying right now. Blue ore. Alright, maybe I'll lied. Maybe like 10 more and then we'll go eat. Damn it. The unstable rift is only the same area. Unbelievable. No, I fucking failed the mining. Maybe 29 more. Well, since there's no PoE patch notes and nothing to do on Path of Exile, I'll probably end up streaming this again tomorrow. I'm definitely doing a PoE related YouTube video though for tomorrow. There's so much to talk about. I want to give my thoughts on the Huntress and how I'm going to be oogling, respectfully, of course. Oh, a skull? Well, I heard a key over there. I think it dropped off screen. Or maybe I grabbed it and didn't notice what I looted? Also a strong possibility. Anubis Song Charm, nice. I'll take it. Maybe it'll be an upgrade. I should really run the cow level. Trying to get a Steve's Charm. Maybe I just buy Steve's Charm now. Alright, how bad do you suck? $25.30. 3905. 37, that one's worse. Oh, he is wearing, look, chat, I got sent a screenshot. Look at this. He is wearing Ralakash. Those are Ralakash. Oh, wow. People have eagle eyes? I don't think you could put that in there. I'd be really surprised if you could put that in there. Is that an option? It is an option. Does it let you select it? Like, can you put it, can you submit it? Are you asking for Temporalis? Because we can get you one right now. I don't want to submit it. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, if you were going to submit the reliquary key for Temporalis and needed a Temporalis, we would hand you a Temporalis. So somebody can submit a reliquary key for Temporalis. That's crazy. That might reduce the price of the number, or that might reduce the cost of the item by a lot. That's dumb. I mean, I'm okay with that. Should be content driven. That should not be a thing. It should be content driven drop. I mean, you can't do original sin. But it literally doesn't matter. Like, it's irrelevant. If it comes out of a key, if it comes out of, like, it doesn't matter. I don't care how I get the fucking item. I could like, I don't need it. I don't need to complete the no-hit run. Like, I don't care where the fuck it came from or who created it or any of that. Like, I don't care. Right? Like, you might have morals about it. I don't care. If it fell off the back of a truck and somebody sold it to me and it's not going to get deleted because it was like cheated into the game, then I don't care where, who, what, where, how. Except obviously, like, if it was like stolen off a player, right? Like, nothing like that. But if like Temporalis comes out of a fucking Voidborn key and it reduces the price by like hundreds of divines versus down from a mirror, like, I'm in. Majority will buy it. Yeah, the people want to like, yeah. Less than 1% will farm their own. It's true. What was concerning to me was he said that the Temporalis relic was dropping too often. That was a little concerning to me. So he just saw it a lot. Yeah, that's why I was concerned when he said that. Like, I don't know how true that is there, buddy. But then again, they have the information that we don't have, so maybe it was. How rare they want to make it? Well, I'm assuming they don't want to happen what happened in this league where everybody and their mother had one. It's like the most common item in the game. That was a duping issue. They fucked up. No, I mean, it wasn't outside of the duping issue. It's the fact that people were able to get it so easily. Like, it just made it way more common than it should have been. I didn't know guard worked. That's insane. That guard worked? That was fucking crazy when he said that. That just goes to show you how many extra things that we didn't know were in the game that, like, they managed to find out about from people doing it. What are we talking about? Guard and Temporalis. You were using it? How are you using guard? What were you, like, doing? You were life tapping and flasking. Right, from the flask. Okay. What's guard? It was the thing from the unique health flask. Tall rune. You're really ignorant with POT. Oh, there was a unique flask. There was a unique flask that when you use it, any overheal health that you got from it gave you ward. To put it in PoE1 terms, it was a flask that gave you ward, and ward made it so that when you took damage in Sanctum, it didn't affect your honor resist, or it didn't affect your fucking Sanctum shit, whatever it's called. So people who were doing no hit runs were able to get ward from the flask and be immune to the damage of the no hit run, and the ward wouldn't count towards the 1 life that you have for the no hit run. And then Monk had an ascendancy called Darkness, and Darkness would do the same thing, where your Darkness would preserve your life total and your honor resistance from Sanctum. So you would just, like, use both, which I didn't know people were using both. And you would just be immune. People are smart. I'm also pretty sure that they're gonna patch that wall jumping shit and you're not gonna be able to jump walls anymore either. Players always break things. Well, that's what he said. That he said that everybody's just gonna break everything in 2.0. Can we just call it 2.0? I hate the fact that it's 0.2.0. Like, saying that is just like such a mouthful. The wall thing was corny. A little bit. It was pretty cheesy. You're gonna abuse it if it's still there, no doubt. Fucking guy, dude. Typical bug abuser. Frosted key? Not what I want. Fuck game, don't do me dirty like this. Abuse early, abuse often? Oh, Jesus. Oh, a Curicon key. Hell yeah, dude. Free money. An Umrune? More free money? 5% to level. All right, I'll stick around until I get the level. You got me. Charm's disgusting. Did you just drop that? Actually insane. You probably have to sell that on the Discord. It's probably not going to sell well on trade. Ruby keys are cracked. Yeah, I would try to sell that on the Discord for sure. And I wouldn't let it go cheap either. Are you just buying Ruby keys at this point and running them? Sounds like that's what you should be doing. Aren't there Ruby keys like dumb cheap too? Buy like 5 or 6 at a time. Right? They're like super cheap, right? $200, $250. It's not bad. You've been driving up the price. I mean, fuck it. Come on, heroic. Daddy needs a new fuck. I didn't mean to click that. YOLO, baby. I'd rather be level 59. Massive. So next round levels us. All right. Guess we're in it for one more. Demon. Dude, I'm nervous. I'm gonna die here. we go. Level 59. We did it, boys. Log in. How's 60? I get 60 after I eat. I was joking earlier. I said I'm gonna end up hitting fucking level 100 before I have the money to buy this stupid feral. Can't fucking get past anything in this game. Just get phasing boots. What do you mean? Just get boots with phasing. What? All right, one more. You can just make these boots. They have phasing. It's Bear Zo. You're dying to everything. Get better gear. Stop being bad. What do you mean you're how are you dying to everything? Bro, you're still a nightmare? That's why I'm asking. What level are you? I sent you a video too. I don't know if you saw it. Well, he said he's dying to everything, so. You already seen that video? You have resistances yet? I mean, we can like see if we have like extra gear and stuff, and like maybe we could just like spot you some money to buy some starter gear. Or I might have some starter gear I can look for. Shortly, like we can hop in the Discord. I can see what I have and throw it in the guild stash for you if you want. I don't know. I felt like once I hit 60, it was just like smooth. Like everybody that I've talked to was just like smooth sailing as soon as you hit 60 to like hell 3. Playing Stormweaver. I mean, he just get like very generic gear. Like, he probably has no money. We could probably give him like $1 million or 2 million gold, and he just like buy all the basic starting gear. I remember I was able to buy like all of my basic starting gear for like 400,000. Literally solved all of my problems. There's also a world too where we just like rush him to hell tonight. And he just like follows somebody around and like 3-3 runs. Get like 1 billion gear and 1 billion experience. Let's do this, boss. corn. Nice, easy. Alright, I need to like actually empty out my fucking bags. Not gonna matter. Unbelievable. Dude, this tab is always full. Loot goblin. Style that glyph? What do you mean style it? Do I still have it? Yeah, I gotta do something with it. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with it. Keep thinking about using it, not using it. Damn it. I didn't get any powders. Unbelievable. Hey, hi. Oh, that belt's sold. Nice. Whatever the fuck Gaze of the Void is. I don't know what it is. Oh, the Anubis song sold too. Sick. How much DPS solo? I don't know. I gotta look. Hold on a second. My niece just learned how to play the Squid Game song on a flute. Where am I at now with money? 80 million. I guess my single target's pretty good. And Roan DPS? What is Roan? So 830 mil roughly. It's not bad. They said in the Discord to not do Ubers until I had Feral. You have good resistant HP. My HP is 3,900 and my resistances are 76. Those guys are high. Well, what's a Coliseum fragment? It's to fight the Uber boss for ultimatum. The pin comment does not use Feral. You did it with 500 million, but you're also a better player than I am. I'm mechanically fucking trash. I mean, I could try it. I'm 19 scrolls of raw away, right? And that's the hard one. So, I mean, we could just YOLO it at 19 scrolls and see what happens. This is sick. Yeah, it is. Better wait. I mean, I could just have the scrolls tomorrow. We could do it tomorrow. No. Keep your scrolls. Sell your scrolls, man. He won't let you take stuff out of Guild Slash? You can't afford Gabriel? I can't afford Gabriel either. I don't even know if I could do Gabriel. Cost 30 million now? No, it's a little bit more than that. I sold the fight last night. I had the fight, I didn't run it. You sold the rest? You can sell them on the auction house. There's a trick to it. You actually lose money. I heard bad reviews about Season Pass on this game. I can't speak. I don't know anything about the Season Pass. All I can tell you is I play the game. I like it. I don't give a fuck what reviews say. I like it. $42? Where am I at? 41? Time to undercut the market. bitches. 3 and explosion skills. How many explosion skills do I have? 5? These really 2 million gold boots? I don't know. If I kill Amun-Ra, I'll buy the fight to do Gabriel. But if I can't kill Amun-Ra, I'm not going to buy Gabriel. $27.32. Still 27.32. Gross. Still 27.32. What are your boosts? I'm still stuck on quick step. Crush Fleet. Bear Zo. Is the Amun-Ra fight the same as fighting dipshit and fucking whatever the act is called? Is it the same thing? No? Think Shaper? Oh, that's cool. All right. I want to go listen to Solar Shield. Wait, is this a ginormous magic find zone? I'm assuming Amun-Ra has a one-shot mechanic, right? He has a curse minus 80% all resistances. How the fuck do you kill him then with 0 resistances? With talent? Don't you just get instant killed though with negative resistances? I'm assuming you can overcap, but overcapping is hard. Alright, I'll see if I can get the scrolls tonight and then we can do it on stream tomorrow. And I think Gabriel's just a stupidity check, right? Like, hide behind the fucking thing and kill him. you could skip the mechanic after the curse. All right, I will try to get the scrolls tonight. Working from home tomorrow night, might catch it. Hell yeah. Why does it cost money to sub? Save your money. I can gift you one later so you can use the emotes. Huh? It's my niece. She just wants the emotes because she likes them. I'm rock hard, baby! So you're gifting a sub? You don't have to do that. Enjoy your emotes. Now you have 10 emotes to go with your 10 pets. No. Chat, I said I was leaving like 20 minutes ago. What did you guys do to me? Fuck this game. Level 60? Yeah, it's 260 is too far. I'm like tired and hungry and cold. I think my kid got me sick, but it just hasn't devolved into full-blown sickness yet, but it's coming. I think it's last map. Yeah, this is the worst last map game ever, dude. This game gets you by the gonads. I'm really doing it though. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Mount Zoom for the Amazon, the clear is insane. Hell yeah, dude. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for me for now. I'm gonna go get dinner. I will be back tomorrow when I wake up, and there'll be a PoE video tomorrow. Whoa! All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bed. Thank you for the bits, love, tips, and subs. Thank you for gifting subs. Thank you for hanging out. You guys have been insane. See you guys tomorrow.